going, Charles? Peace. Peace, peace, peace. Peace to the gods. Tehuti. 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 Peace, Monsai. What's going on? Peace, love, light, and darkness, Bobby. Shout out to Nuntare. Shout out to Noon Patare for the pyramid. I'm gonna check a little bit outside, see if it's cloudy. Oh yeah. Oregon technology. Oregon technology, baby. That's what this is. This is the type of time our ancestors were on. Peace, y'all. What's going on? Peace, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Getting ready to head out soon. Had a good workout. Man, I realized I run much better in the evening than I do in the morning. I did 2 miles last night. I did 2 miles on the treadmill last night. Like at 9 o'clock. The easiest 2 miles I've ever done in my life. Easiest 2 miles I've ever done in my life. On top of my hand's a pyramid. It's a titanium pyramid wrapped in 24 karat gold. It facilitates better clarity in my thoughts. It detoxes the brain of disharmonious energy such as positive ions. Okay. Paradigm.com. PYRADYNE.com. Yeah, y'all. You know, everything has an energy behind it. Everything. Contrary to what you might have been taught, everything has an energy or a spirit behind it. So everything gives off energy to a certain degree. Peace, Star Child. What's going on? Yoga this morning, this rising. Yoga is great, by the way. I would highly recommend anybody who is seeking to become more in tune with themselves to do yoga, for sure. Primordial world. I've heard, well, pre-creation. I would say the primordial world is a time in which chaos entities lived, but I don't know, creation has always been happening. creation, destruction. So the primordial world could be talking about the time before the physical reality. Entities that exist, people like us who have soul, who are souls, our souls are eternal, therefore they're primordial. A time period where we were in much bigger, much more chaotic forms. I don't know. I've heard of primordial waters. Primordial world, though, not too much focus on it. And there's something on here. Yeah. This is orgone technology, It denotes a time period in which melanated people were governing a lot of the sciences and architecture, technology. You know what I'm saying? Our science was more so curated toward natural technology versus artificial or machinistic, more machine-based technology, right? So it may not be, you may not understand it, you may not have been taught about it. I know I wasn't. I had to learn about this type of technology before I could comprehend what it did, what was it for, and why is it being suppressed. That's it's similar to like a scalar machine. You see that scalar machine right there? If I take your picture and I put it on that scalar machine, you're going to be receiving the waves, the EMF waves that are being emitted from that scalar device. But technology like that is not really taught to you in school. You know what I'm saying? Government uses it, but they're not going to tell you about it. As a matter of fact, they'll tell you it's fake, and you'll believe it. Or they'll tell you it's pseudo, and you'll believe it. Right? Toyota, peace. What's going on? Okay, this isn't spiritual. Well, I highly doubt you probably know what spiritual is, brother. Everything's spiritual. Even religion is spiritual, right? But people don't realize that spirituality was the original science, right? It was the science before Europeans imposed their doctrine on the world. Metaphysical science. We also dealt with physical science, but we were based in metaphysics. We used metaphysics to understand physics. In the United States, you're just taught strictly, or any European dominated country, you're just taught physics. You're not taught metaphysics because they don't want you to understand reality on a meta level or interdimensional level. It's made of titanium. The specific frequency, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. But those consciousness, those souls who are ready to understand and receive this information, comprehend this information, will be able to receive it. I have a theory that not every human being or mankind will be able to comprehend this technology, right? Depending on your genetic makeup, you will be able to, ultimately, you will be able to comprehend the higher level of metaphysical concepts. This is just the beginning. This is something small. This is a baby step, right? Within itself, this pyramid alone will keep fruit fresher for up to 2 to 3 times longer, right? So imagine a 400-foot tall pyramid, right? Imagine what electromagnetic impact that would make on everything around it if this can help clear your mind, help you focus, help you work, help you be more at peace, go into a deeper state of meditation. Imagine what a huge ass, multiple story, 10, 20 story tall pyramid would do if it was active, right? A lot of the pyramids across the world are not active, right? They're not. At least the ones in Giza definitely are not. They were wrapped in limestone. They were covered in limestone. Okay. The dimensions. I think the dimensions are at an angle of 51 degrees. Copper wires can make plants grow big. That's a fact. Exactly, James. You know, some people get it. Facts. Everything is energy. Everything is certainly energy. For sure. For sure. For sure. Let's see. I'm about to make a drink. Why are comments always filtered? Because people put comments that are irrelevant to the live. So that you don't put comments that are irrelevant to the live or that are a distraction, I filter them. Oh yeah, trolls definitely. I think the trolls are, sometimes I don't think the trolls are human. I think that the programmers of the app, I think they have AI technology that simulates human beings. And it simulates human beings by means of, this is just a theory, right? But it simulates human beings by way of like using antagonistic terminology, which is not that hard to come up with. Like, notice how these one-liners, they're very thoughtless. They're not really, they don't have a lot of substance to them. So, but think about it. If the TikTok owners, the programmers, if they create an AI technology that is programmed to like incite instigation or antagonize the live, that drives up more engagement, right? That gets people going back. It doesn't necessarily get people to leave because people want to stay and fight and argue. So it drives up engagement. It brings in more of an audience, like, you know, or it not necessarily brings in more an audience, but it definitely has people more engaged. So that's why I'm like, whether it's an AI bot or a human being bot, you know what I'm saying? It's the same. They act the same, right? As far as what we eat, the best thing that we should be eating is fruits and veggies. Point blank. Period. You can survive without meat. You can survive without a lot of the foods that they say that we need. You can survive without milk. You can survive without eggs. You can survive without meat. Fruits and veggies, right? Fruits and herbs is really all that we need. As a matter of fact, your body would be, you know, consult a physician. I'm not a medical doctor or anything. It's not medical advice. But what I'm saying is, our bodies perform much better when we're alkaline based. Okay. You can get protein from beans, and protein is not the end all be all for health. I promise you that. I did bodybuilding for, I did like a bodybuilding type of workout for a number of years, and now that I'm into more of a holistic workout regimen where it's more so about stretching, yoga, mindfulness, being lean, making sure that I don't have excess unnecessary fat, making sure that I'm not putting too many toxins into my body, clean blood. You know, what's the point of being physically fit? What's the point of having these big muscles, but your arteries are clogged? What's the point of being so physically big and strong, but your organs are not functioning optimally? Right? So society has conditioned us to think that the muscle to fat ratio is all that matters. No, your cardiovascular system and the health of your organs is what truly matters. Right? D3, I don't know what D3 is. Yes, you can definitely survive just on fruits and veggies. You don't need meat. But then again, no, yeah, you do need meat. Yeah. It sounds unflavorable. Well, meat is unflavorable. Meat doesn't have any flavor until you put seasoning on it. And you got plenty of folks who don't even put seasoning on their meat. So meat is more unflavorable than veggies and fruits. That's a fact. You can still be alkaline and eat meat. No, you can't. No, you can't. Right? Highly acidic for sure. But you know, we're not really in, we're getting there, but we're not in a time where people can just switch over to all veggies, all fruits. You know, people have to. Even myself, I'm still, it's still a process of trying to be fully alkaline, but I can say with the experience that when I detox and cleanse my bodies with fruits and veggies, I feel I am more tapped into not only like my downloads and cosmic intelligence, but I actually can sense my aura a lot more. I can pick up other people's energies, and being present with them, I can pick them up a lot easier when I cleanse my body. Yeah, my meat's very hard on it. When I have meat, like if I cave in and I cheat, hey lady, how you doing? If I cave in and have meat nowadays, almost instantly my body rejects it. Almost instantly after detoxing and fasting on and off for 2 years, when I eat meat now, it pretty much makes me sick. Right. So nothing that is truly healthy for you should be making you sick. And I'm in a healthy state. It's just that my body is continuously rejecting the meat as I go longer without it. It will never reject fruit. It will never reject veggies. And I'm not talking about like I'm not allergic or anything like that, right? I just saw the video Yaki Awakening talking about how chickens are GMOs. I told you all the cats are GMO. The chickens are GMO. And there's 100 people here. If you all saw my post, I'm offering $1,000 to anybody who proves and provides scientific evidence to Yaki Awakening's website and channel that chickens are natural to the planet, that meat isn't a carcinogen, right? So I'm offering $1,000 to anybody who submits that to Yaki Awakening, and he's offering $5,000. So if you have the evidence to prove that chickens are not GMO, that meat is not a carcinogen. When I mean a carcinogen, meaning chicken is a cancer causing agent, right? I offered $1,000 out of my own money. So I put my money where my mouth is. I highly doubt anybody's going to fulfill that request. It should be the easiest $6,000 anybody has made, but no one is going to provide the evidence that a chicken is natural to this planet. They did not evolve from dinosaurs, right? They were genetically spliced and they were genetically spliced to be created. Okay? We were genetically splicing back then, just like they're genetically splicing right now. I know this might come as a shock to a lot of people, but it is true. A lot of the so-called meats and fruits and veggies that people are eating are not even hybrids, but they're genetically modified they're gene spliced from the DNA of other, or the chemical makeup of other fruits and veggies, the DNA makeup of other animals, bringing these together. Detox. Hey, whoever's my mod, who's modding right now, and whoever's my mod, make sure you're not muting people for no reason. Who's ever modding right now? Because you just modded one of my friends. You just muted one of my friends, so you gotta chill with that. I'm trying to figure out who is my mod right now. Do I have to like remove all my mods because I don't need my mods? And that's like the third time someone's hit me up saying that you all have muted for no reason. So I'm just gonna start removing mods because that's old. Can't really have people muting people for no reason. But yeah, You want to start working your way toward a more plant-based diet, a more plant-based food cycle. I want to get away from the word diet just because diet, you know, has the word die in there, and it's like we can come up with a better word for eating food than diets, right? That's why I say food cycle, your nutrition lifestyle, things like that. But I'm just gonna remove everybody as a mod, honestly. Then I'll remod people as we go along. But everybody is being removed as a mod. Eating habits for sure. What's going on, Reggie Tua? Yo, man, I can't find the onks, bro. Like, I'm gonna still keep looking, but I have no idea where they are at this current time. The moving process, somehow I misplaced them. Okay. Oh yeah, man. When you're plant-based, you stay so lean. Speaking of which, I need all the assistance I can get to be on this fruits eating habit. Benefits of an alkaline food intake is that you'll be getting more. Your body will be more. It will have more nutrition, right? A lot of us are malnutrition. You might have calories, but you don't have minerals. You know what I'm saying? You might have weights, but you don't have the proper nutrients to sustain your organs. So your organs are not functioning properly. Your heart's not functioning properly. Your brain's not functioning properly. All of that, right? Alkaline is to properly fill you with the minerals and nutrients that every part of your body needs. This just came in today. It smells dope. It smells like he put some type of oil in here. That shit's cool. It's got a radius of 7 miles. The electromagnetic force field of this pyramid is up to 7 miles. I'm gonna monitor the clouds above my house and see how the clouds are acting as the days go by. I know he has a diamond up top, but this thing is amazing. It's beautiful. The one on my head, very similar, much smaller. This one is more powerful than this one. Okay, this one is a freaking, you know, this one I would say is just 100 times more powerful than this one. But the one on my head, not only can you wear it, but doing things like meditation, or maybe you're working on homework, or maybe you're reading a book. Anytime you want to focus, wearing this pyramid will help you focus. Right? I don't know who that mod was that muted my friend, but y'all tripping. Yo, and you muted her for the entire live? Um, whoever Crony was. At Crony Bot. Does it feel like Addy? No, it's more relaxing than Addy. I got this from Nuntare. He's on TikTok. You'll see his TikTok. Sometimes he pops up in here. Nunptahre is his name. He sells these pyramids. This is a large pyramid, but he has two more. He has sizes that are bigger by. He has two more sizes than this. So, yeah, I'm going to be very observative. I kind of want to bring it with me in my car. I definitely will bring it with me in my car. Ooh, do I want to bring it with me in my car? It smells good. Thoughts on Abrahamic religions? Much love, Des. The Abrahamic religions, they were not created, nor do they do the job of uniting the human being with the spirit, or uniting and teaching human beings how to become closer to God. That's not what Abrahamic faiths do. They actually they quite separate the individual from their divine nature. They have their place. Everything happens for a reason. But if one is truly seeking a relationship with God, they don't. You got to step outside the Abrahamic faiths. Those are my thoughts. But God isn't real. To some people and their genetic makeup, God isn't real to them. They don't really have the consciousness or the soul to experience God. But for others, yeah. Just like a pig can't fly, but a bird can fly, right? Doing it outside, well, it's 10 degrees outside, so maybe you can go outside. Before Allah was called Allah, it was called Alat, and it was a feminine god. So that tells you what you should know about Islam. Before the entity was called Allah, it was called Alat, A-L-L-A-T. But they, with the rise of patriarchy and with the rise of patrilineal ideology, they switched the name Alat to Allah. They switched from the worship of a feminine god to the worship of a masculine god. The entire Islamic religion. Boom. There you go. Hey, the truth is stranger than fiction. The truth is stranger than fiction. A TikTok I have? What do you mean? This pyramid displays orgone technology. Take it easy, Jai. Earth speaks. Peace, God. What's going on, beloved? The name of a lot and its origins? Oh, no. I don't have a TikTok up about that. But I read about it. It was mentioned in the book called Ancient Future by Wayne B. Chandler. And then he references the book for which he got that fact from, talking about Alat, A-L-L-A-T. Ancient Future by Wayne B. Chandler. That Yahweh was working with the oppressors. Yeah. I do believe Yahweh is a lower entity, a lower dimensional being. Not the Most High, but a entity, whether you want to say extraterrestrial, that utilizes religion to suppress and control people's consciousness instead of liberate people. And the best way to control people's consciousness is by disconnecting them from nature, disconnecting them from a natural harmonic resonance. So artificial concepts, artificial ideas, artificial religion, artificial technology, artificial everything, right? And to a certain degree, because the genetics of Caucasian people is not as close to a natural resonance as black people, they were used to subjugate us, because them operating at a lower resonance makes them more capable of violence and barbaric and savage behavior, stuff that we did not bring ourselves down to, right? At the end of the day, war is barbarism. War is barbaric. War is savage. So it takes a lower state of consciousness to really be successful at war, right? At least in this dimension. I'm sure wars happen in other dimensions, but on this here dimension, right? The blood and sweat and violence and the raping, like that type of mentality took someone with a lower state of consciousness to do that. So they were essentially, white people were being used as pawns to take us down, right? Because we were so powerful to the degree where it wasn't so much like we couldn't defend ourselves, but we did not match the mentality of people who would go to a more savage degree to take you down, right? Who would go into the subjugation and the raping of children just to take you down. That wasn't our tactic. That wasn't we didn't create breeding farms. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they had more sinister means of breaking into the psyche, breaking through the culture than we had to be able to do to them. But it was never our intention to subjugate anyone, because we didn't have to. We had a natural ingenious within ourselves that allowed us to be able to create whatever we wanted to create in our vicinity. We traveled the world. We've done everything that there really is all to do. This last 6,000 years in this moon cycle, was just given to the Caucasian race for them to be able to rule, right? But now that time is coming to an end, and not just them, but the artificial, the more malevolent entities that took over, as above, so below, right? So the more malevolent entities that took over the last 6,000 years, using Caucasian people as pawns, those entities too, their time is coming to an end. We're going back into a sun cycle. We're going back into a feminine presence, feminine essence. So what happened with Yahweh, with religion, with Christ, with white people, with racism, with slavery, all of that was going to happen. I shouldn't say regardless, but all of that was bound to happen because we were going into a dark ages, right? So as Caucasian people rose to power, as the other races rose to power, humanity actually went through a decline in consciousness, right? So we were going through a dark age. Somebody has to rule during the dark age, but we weren't the rulers of the dark ages, because we are the beings and the people of high states of consciousness. So we suffered in the dark ages because while consciousness is low, because we come from source, right? we don't do well operating in wickedness. We don't succeed well, right? So that's pretty. And when you understand astrology, when you understand that all of this was bound to happen regardless, it gives you a better understanding that, yeah, of course, it's not really about race at the end of the day. It is about the changing of the astrological age. It is about the state of consciousness and the liberation of the soul ultimately. But you do see where white people played a part in all of this. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, yeah, they were used as pawns. But whether you want to say the demiurge, Yahweh, whoever, right? Even some of our own people, like Africans, were black people, indigenous people, were going through a patriarchal change without the influence of white people. We were going through a patriarchal change. But the type of patriarchal change that we ultimately were subjected to was of their culture, right? It wasn't of our culture. So you can say even before interacting with Caucasian people, black men were going, and black women too, we were experiencing that changing of times into the patrilineal age, okay? The time where the men were ruling. And the time where men were ruling, unfortunately, that this ruling was met with fear, or fear was associated in the time of men ruling, because going into this astrological age, because more artificial concepts were at play, men were given that position of power. Men had that position of power. Whereas naturally, women, it's not even that women had a disproportionate amount of power, but it's just that women were at the core, the foundation of civilization, meaning that their biological makeup makes them the best at being able to produce the future, cultivate, nurture the future, and being able to be the closest connected to source when it comes to prophecy, when it comes to divination. Men can still do divination. Men can still prophesy, but men are not as skilled at prophecy as women are, right? We are better at being able to construct things. We are better at being able to direct things, right? Women are the chaos, men are the order. Okay, but women are the spiritual power, men are more of the physical power, right? There's that yin and yang, there's that balance, right? The Abrahamic faith, they don't have balance. They lack equal representation of the masculine and feminine energy. Okay. We gave thanks to the mother, yep. See, this dude says, since the dawn of time, when we were damn near monkeys, the male dominated. I'm telling you, that is your genetics, that is your spirit speaking. But that's not our beginnings. We are eternal, right? If anything, it was only women on this planet before there were men. Who created the apple I'm eating? This apple is probably GMO. Ma's about to start muting y'all. Every month is our month, exactly. Hot cocoa, what's going on? So, in truth, learning about our history, our ancient history as Black people, is it's truly empowering, right? There's a reason why we were not taught our ancient culture. Okay, Cleopatra, who was a Greek, I believe, right? Maybe Greek born in Egypt, right? But more of a closer to a Caucasian woman. Cleopatra, who they had you so focused on, Cleopatra is closer to our age, our time frame right now, right? In existing, she's closer to the time the cell phone was invented. Her existence, Cleopatra, is closer to the invention of the cell phone than Cleopatra is to the beginning, to the creation of the pyramids. Does that make sense? Okay, so the cell phone was created. Cleopatra existed. This timeline is closer together than Cleopatra being born or existing and the creation of the pyramids. Okay? So Greek culture, which is considered ancient culture for Caucasian people, has an ancient culture before the Greek civilization. I want you to understand that, right? So Black people's ancient history is pretty much twice as long, double that, and then some. Really, it's infinitely longer. But let's just keep it on a practical sense. Black ancient culture is twice as further back as Caucasian's ancient culture, right? And this is not really to be like, oh, better than, worse than. It's just a simple fact. And the fact of it is so profound that they decided not to teach it in the first place. And it tends to upset a lot of people, both Black and white, that they were never taught about this aspect of history. This is why a lot of the times you find that people only think of history in the last 400 years. They only focus on history in the last 400 years because, like I said yesterday or the day before, history shapes your consciousness, right? What you think you know about history is creating your reality. It's having you look at things. It's having you perceive reality a certain type of way. But when you learn a new fact about history, now this in real time changes how you're perceiving reality. If you never knew racism existed, if you had no understanding of slavery, that would have you looking at the world a lot different than learning about slavery. Then you learn slavery didn't even happen the way they say it did. Or that Caucasian people were the first slaves. They were called Slavs. Right? Certain facts about history shape how you're perceiving things. Caucasian people did not first start calling Black people black. The word Cam, right, which the Bible took the word Cam for Kemetic or Camites, Camus. The writers of the Bible took that word Cam for the Kemetic people and created the word Ham for the Hamites. That's why the Hamites were considered Ham was considered the father of the Black people, because Kemetics called them Ham, and Cam means black or the Black people or the black dot. So we were already referring to ourselves as Black because in the Kemetic culture they were studying the biological representation of dark matter that they call eumelanin. We were studying our DNA. And upon studying our DNA, upon studying the body of the human being, mastering and going into adept levels of the human body, both physically and metaphysically, what we had come to learn was this chaos particle eumelanin was our connection to the cosmos. That's what we learned. We were like, wow. In studying studying self, this is why we created the term know thyself. In studying self, Black people discovered who God was. And they created an esoteric system for the initiates and an exoteric system for the public For the people who they call the Sahu people of society were not ready for that information or rejected that knowledge, right? The Ka or the Ba people were ready to accept that knowledge. They were ready, their consciousness, their incarnation, they were ready to accept that divinity was actually within them. But everyone's on different timelines. Everyone's on different soul incarnation cycles, soul evolutionary timelines. So not everybody can really accept it. It's just not their time to. So if you're hearing this live and you can stomach what you're hearing, you can even conceptualize that it's possible, then you're already, you're already upon. And it's not a better or worse than, it's just like a maturity thing. It's a spiritual maturity regardless of age. Age has nothing to do with it. But the amount of times you've incarnated does. The Kabbalion is good, but again, as a melanated or indigenous person, you have to understand that your origins are so ancient. You have to get both sides. A book like the Kabbalion, speaking on the universal principles of Hermes or Tahuti, the Kabbalion's a great book, but if you want to take it a step further so that you get more of your indigenous, more of your Afrocentric understanding, you're going to want to read Ancient Future by Wayne B. Chandler, because not only does he go over the universal principles, but he shows you in real time how the universal principles play out in reality, right? Like, for example, the law of rhythm. Everything that rises must fall. Everything happens in rhythms, right? There's a rhythm to life. There always will be, always has been, always will be. So when you understand the law of rhythm, you understand that civilizations rise and falls. You have your highs and lows. Your relationship might be joyful in a particular time period, and it might be, it could be a little chaotic, but eventually it will come back, right? Everything, every aspect of life has a rhythm to it. So this notion that a civilization needs to last forever to be considered optimal, it doesn't align with reality. It doesn't align with the spiritual wisdom or the metaphysical wisdom. They call those axioms. Okay? Mesoamerican religions, ancient Mesoamerican religions, I think they were very similar to the ones in East Africa. The name of the oil? What oil? Oh, name of the book? Ancient Future by Wayne B. Chandler. Appreciate it, Noontide Ray. Yo, Noontide Ray, the one that just dropped the likes. He's the creator of the pyramids. Okay? This pyramid. Y'all see that? His name's Noontide Ray. He just sent in a rose. So those of you all that are interested, okay, Orgone Technology. Also, I have a pendant from him. Both these products are man, I'm telling you, y'all, like I've been I got a couple, I don't know how long it's been, but I'm gonna check the calendar, see what day I got them. But after 9 days, I'm definitely gonna do an update in my journal update on either a content or my live. Orgone Technology is natural technology. Orgone as in organic. I have been placing it under my pillow. I have been. It's just that I had a powerful dream the other day, but I couldn't remember it. My body's just going through a whole bunch of changes right now. So as far as me remembering my dreams, I'm not quite there yet. He said it's a myth.
Yo, bro.
Are you Haitian? No, but I think I have a connection to Haitian to Haiti because Haiti resonates a lot with me.
Hey, bro.
What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on with you, though?
What do you mean?
What's on your head?
It's a Oregon pyramid
Yeah,
that
for what reason?
what
For what reason?
for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, clarity of the mind. The same reason that someone might take Adderall or Vyvanse to be able to focus. Do you know what that is?
So me putting, so that's the same thing as me saying I could put a lighter in my pocket and it's a peace of mind for me.
Put a what?
Really and truly, it's just the object. It's got no nothing.
Put a what? I didn't hear what you said.
But I could put a lighter in my pocket and say for me that's a peace of mind.
I mean, do you know the is that how that works?
I mean, that's basically how yours is working. It's just
So what you're saying is, although you've never learned about how the piezoelectricity of 24 karat gold and the shape of geometry works, you're saying that it doesn't work even though you've never learned about it.
no, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I don't know. I'm
Okay,
not
so
gonna
then,
I'm not gonna
it,
come here and tell you no when I don't know innit?
well you did because you said it's like putting a lighter in your pocket. So you made an example which does not correlate
Yes.
because a lighter does not contain 24 karat Oregon gold.
I don't take you off. You're gonna ruin it. Don't take you off.
So
You're gonna
the
you're gonna
element
ruin the electricity going through your head.
the
All the
element
electrics.
yeah the elements I was bored of that. But the elements that we use, they give off different resonance. Every element, everything in this reality has a different resonance. It has a different oscillation frequency, if you will. Right? Its energy is vibrating at different densities, if you will. Okay, so your titanium, your 24 karat Oregon gold, your 14, like all of like iron, tin, zinc, mercury, anything you can think of, they all have different resonance. Okay. Oh yeah, they make fun of what they definitely make fun of what they can't comprehend. That's a fact. I appreciate that. Ryan Musa, excuse me, Ryan Musa would be her name. I appreciate you. What's going on, new Top Rate?
Yes, Brother Ray, Brother Ray.
Brother Ray, what's going on, Brother Ray?
Yeah, man, I was just chiming in on the beam that just left out of here. And for anyone else in the comments that was wondering about a pyramid, can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay, great, great. Yeah, when you have a pyramid, pyramids are it acts as an antenna, and it's an antenna that has the capabilities of magnifying your energetic field. It also magnifies your thoughts, your words, and your actions. It also could magnify hikaus, affirmations, etc., that you use in order to uh, articulate your energy into this dimension. And that's just at a base level. It's a multitude of things that pyramids do. And that brother, he has the pyramid on his head. It's an antenna that's connecting him to his higher self. So a lot of y'all be thinking your messages is coming from some god, some spook or apparition, and or deity or your ancestors. A lot of times it's coming from your higher self, but you're not appropriately aligned to know that that's what's occurring, and you think it's coming from somewhere else, but it's actually the superior portion of the totality of who you are.
I say.
Yeah, and I just wanted to chime in and say that for the people that's wondering why you had that pyramid on your head, and people coming in here being goofy, and you could clearly see that he could eloquently articulate himself. So why would you even think that he's he's on some tenfold crap? Y'all need to get your heads out your ass and pay attention, see what's really going on here. But that's all I wanted to say, man. I don't want to take away from your live.
Oh no,
And
you always welcome, brother Ray. You always welcome, man. Brother, I'm, it's not just me up here. I got London back up here. I think.
Hello, I don't want to be disrespectful this time, but it was rude of you to kick me out in the
Well,
first
yeah,
place.
but like you just said, London. You don't want to be disrespectful this time, indicating that at first you understood that there was a little bit of disrespect going on. So, with
Yes,
that,
because I didn't know. I thought it was just you doing whatever you. I didn't know that it's a
yeah.
thing, you know.
Hey, I gotta go. I'm gonna come back though. I'm gonna
all
come
right, brother.
back.
All right, brother
All
Ray.
right, hold
All right.
hold tight,
All
yo.
right.
All right, brother Ray. Take it easy.
All right. I'll be back.
Okay. But yeah, y'all. I mean, it's a whole different reality when it comes to understanding metaphysics or
But
spirituality.
like, can you explain to me what it really does? Like,
Did you hear what he said?
have you seen? Yeah, I did hear what he said, but does it really do any change?
I mean,
Because really and truly, is basically meditation.
I mean, not
Because
meditation.
it's just in your thoughts.
Meditation,
You doing this is just all in
meditation
your thoughts.
something on its own. So this has a actual effect on material reality. If you were to go to paradigm.com and buy this pyramid, or if you were to build your
How
own,
much is it? How much is it?
if you were to build your own pyramid, right? And do the experiment for yourself, right? Actually test it for yourself, because right now you're in theory mode, right? You haven't actually applied it so that you can prove or disprove it, right? I'm past theory mode because I actually have the object in my hand, and I've
But
actually
didn't you say it has to
one,
be gold?
one second, London, right? You can use copper as well, right? So what you could do, right? If you actually think you know what you're talking about, you could build your own to the exact specifications, put it on a countertop, put fruit or a vegetable under the pyramid, put fruit or a vegetable outside the pyramid, and observe which fruit stays fresher longer. What I was able to observe is, because if you just watch it on YouTube, how do you know it's true? Right? You have to test it yourself. That's what a scientist does. What you will observe is the fruit under the pyramid will stay fresh up to a week, perhaps 2 weeks longer than the fruit or the veggie outside the pyramid. Now you've just done a control and a variable. Now you can objectively say for yourself whether it is fact or fiction. But until you do that, to you, it's just a theory. You have no way of actually knowing unless you do it. So I can only take you serious until you actually do it. Unless you're just here to now. But if you're here to learn, then you're here to learn. But if
Now
you're
I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you. Like I highly disbelieve that, but I'm gonna try it just cause I'm not gonna. I'm gonna put a banana under one. But
it's
the
$300
pyramid.
away.
You said it has to be. You said it has to. I can't build my own one, no.
You can, but I'm saying this one was $300.
Yeah, it's alright. I can build my own one,
Okay.
but I have to. What do I have to build it with?
So I would go to paradigm.com and I would look up. They have all the information there. Because again, I know it doesn't feel, it's not like comforting to know that there's technology out here, there's science out here that we were not taught, but that's the nature of this system. That's the nature of this education. They intentionally do not teach us about the greater aspects, the greater physics of how reality works. So we could be utilizing technology similar to this on a large scale, but because the people who control the masses on a large scale, they have their own selfish interests, they utilize nuanced ways of removing information from education systems. I don't care, from first grade all the way up to PhD. You can be a physicist and never learn about this because all they
Yes,
have to do is remove certain information from schools. That's
but
all
the
they have.
thing is, what does it really do other than you sitting down meditating? within that time you could do something. You could go work. You could do
So,
something.
so why do people take Adderall? Why do people take Vyvanse? People who have ADHD, why do they need anything to help them focus? Right? And this is just a
I
pyramid.
mean,
I've seen.
these are like health issues. You can't really compare that
Well, I just said that
to,
it's an
what you're
electromagnetic.
saying.
It creates an electromagnetic resonance that affects the brain that deals with health.
So therefore, you're saying that everyone in the world should be using this, right?
No, not if they don't have to. But if you want
Yeah,
to,
they don't have to, but you recommend everyone to use it, no?
no, not necessarily. Why would I? I mean, if you don't need it, then why would I
Then
recommend?
then that shows that you don't really believe that this is the way forward. Because if you know that this is the way
Does
forward,
everyone in the world
then
does
you
everyone
you you would want people to know.
does
You'd
does
want to
every
inform people.
does everyone in the world need Adderall? Does everyone in the world need Vyvanse? Does everyone in the world need the same remedy for anything? No. So why are you applying it to a pyramid? I know you're not even consistent with your own philosophy.
I'll be real with you. You're the one that's not making sense here, not me.
I know I'm not making sense, right? Because I understand that sometimes these concepts, I just think some people are not, they just won't be able to understand them. What's going on, brother
Hey,
Lab?
bro.
Yeah, peace.
I'm I'm good. I do understand what you're saying. I do believe what you're saying is true. For instance, we listen to frequencies. Frequencies is basically
Oh, my
talking
bad.
to your higher self. I know that.
My bad, Lavish. But you're right, Dylan. ADHD people don't need medicine. ADHD is a misdiagnosis of actual, of a very fast processing speed. Right? They tried to say that I had ADHD. Come to find out, my brain is just able to is more curated to processing higher metaphysical concepts, higher, deeper concepts, and the education system actually
True, true, true.
seeks to control people who have innate genius. So, uh, what do you call it? ADHD is a misdiagnosis. What do you call it? What's the other one? Where people are
PTSD.
not PTSD, but not, and it's like when they think in the right brain and they're more inner thinkers. Um, autism. Autism is a misdiagnosis. Someone who's autistic has a proclivity toward shamanism. Someone who's autistic is better at doing divination. They're better at spirit. They're better at being able to tap into altered states of consciousness and being able to do divination. Right. So those spiritual gifts have been labeled as mental disorders. This is how fucked up our society is. Yeah, go ahead, Lavish.
So I'm saying that, for instance, ADHD is not something that's bad. The government make you feel that it's bad. For instance, a person that has ADHD can, for instance, think differently. For instance, us, like, we're awake. Some people, with like the guy before, the conversation I had with him, he wasn't making sense. That person is in denial.
Right.
They don't know what's going on in this world. For instance, there was a person that said, for instance, the pyramid of your head. I do understand that it's for frequency reasons, connecting to your higher self. I do understand that. I do believe you. So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe in God? Oh,
Yeah,
God.
but it's not so much of a belief system. It's more of a philosophical principle. It's more of a philosophy. The belief. Well, like when
Yeah.
people say you believe in God, that's typically from the Abrahamic perspective, where it's like it's just strictly on faith alone. From the Kemetic culture, understanding the divine is more of a science than it is a belief system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
that's
understand what you're saying.
yeah.
And I have a lot of things to talk about. For instance, so I know that frequencies can, for instance, frequencies with water. You know what happens when frequency is playing like a frequency 114. I think there are multiple 369,
Yeah.
936, all of that. It's advancing your knowledge. Enough people don't know that.
Right.
But the person that knows can. I'm not talking about that. That's what not I'm here. the comet that is passing today. What you think about it? The comet.
I didn't know there was a comet passing today.
You didn't know? Okay. So, I was talking to this person on TikTok on his live. For instance, he was saying that we know the government is lying to us. For instance, I do believe that the Earth is flat. There's proof the Earth is flat, but enough people don't know that. For instance, the clouds, they created it, like most of it that not supposed to be as much clouds.
Right.
For instance, I believe that the Earth is like 4 times bigger than we think it is. For
Yeah,
instance, the
I can see
in
that.
Antarctica, we for instance, the ice, they say it was made by a chemical called Sub-Zero or something like that. So there's not supposed to be any ice in Antarctica. They made it. That's what I believe, because they're trying to hide stuff from us. What's beyond Antarctica?
Yeah.
Yeah. Love, it's just so interesting that you say that because I just came across a video the other day and it was talking it was showing how somewhere in America they was literally, having fake snow. Like it was styrofoam.
Yeah,
So I definitely do believe that they're doing stuff with the weather. As far as like when it comes to like the ADHD, like mental illnesses, I definitely agree with what Ramal was saying, but I also would say like it's another thing to where those diseases don't just come about as a spiritual warfare. They also come about as a physical warfare, and the government makes sure of it. Because when you're in situations to where you don't have as much money and you're more poor, you absorb more heavy metals. Okay? And heavy metals not only affect the pineal gland, but they affect your body's normal functioning and how you process certain energies. And so when you're living in those low vibrational states and you don't have the money to buy fresh fruits and vegetables and stuff like that, a lot of times it's coming out of a can. It's coming out of, you know, things that have literally been sitting in chemicals for not just hours, but they've been sitting in chemicals for months, possibly even years, because, cans last a long time. And so, um, it typically tends to affect our children the most because when we're in situations like how they try to put us in, we don't have the resources for fresh fruits and things like that, and they don't want to allow us to have those fruit trees and things on the street for us to be able to access. And so it creates more illness and disease, not only, and they know how to do it to where it's not only on a spiritual level, but it's on a physical level as well. So I definitely agree with that.
that's so true. I have been fasting about 3 days, and my second day, I slept and I dreamt my father's phone screen cracked, and I woke up the next morning and he told me phone screen cracked. So I do advise to fast more often.
Well, it's good to fast because it allows your body to pull out whatever toxicity is inside of you. And because we eat so many of these processed and preserved foods every day, it's really highly present in our body. And so one of the best things that I recommend for anybody that's dealing with an issue, especially as somebody who survived cancer, is like to either fast or to go on a fruit cleanse. Those are going to be the main two things that's going to reset your lymph nodes. They're going to reset, you know, just your organs, your kidneys, your liver, because all of that needs to be flushed out before you can really be able to focus. And that's the main thing in this society is they don't want us to be able to focus. They don't want us to be able to really function as human beings, especially as Black beings, as melanated beings, because at the end of the day, if we were able to have the knowledge and focus that we need to have, then they wouldn't have the power that they have because it would be too many people conscious and aware of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And they would have to deal with those repercussions.
Yeah, that's so true. The food at McDonald's, KFC is not supposed to be eaten. It's bringing us
People
down.
meet.
Yeah, the government know we're powerful, but they know we're powerful, so they're trying to weaken us. But we have to stay strong.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I
Yeah,
absolutely agree. And we have to put ourselves in situations to where we have the knowledge to grow our own food, because at this point it's not about expenses. At this point it's not about how much does it cost, because you can literally buy, fresh food starters at Walmart and they're really not expensive. And if you are in a situation to where you're getting government supplements, they allow you to buy that with your WIC, your food stamps, all of that. And so, like, I know there are people out here that are in that situation to where, they need that information, but it's not being given because even though you're allowed to do it, they don't want you to know about it. And see, that's the issue. You know what I mean? I agree. It's about making the time and giving yourself that healthy space, that's for sure.
yeah, we need to
Um,
grow our own food because. Oh, you want to talk?
yes. Oh,
Okay.
you good?
I was saying we need to grow our own food. 'Cause we didn't know we didn't know what we're eating because the process the food go through and what they put in. Even when we shower, the water they put stuff in it, the soap. We just have to be careful. I do believe they put stuff in the soap like to go through our skin to do things to our body and all of that. So I'm not saying you're not supposed to shower. I'm not that crazy. But for instance, making your own soap, um, rainwater, yeah, you can shower with that. But we can't believe everything the government tells us because, for instance, NASA, the word means to deceive. So we don't know what's in space. They're not telling us the truth. I do believe that. So organic soap and yeah, all of that. I tell them we have to be let's stay strong. We don't know what
Absolutely.
put in
And
the water. For instance, it's rain, but we don't know what.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would say I'd say the rainwater is a lot safer than some of the chemicals that they put through these pipes. That's for sure. And you can always get water filtration using charcoal inside of your water. Like it's so many things you can do to help with the water situation. Um, but like at the end of the day, it's like the only way that anything is going to get fixed is if we continue to share this information with the people who need it the most.
Facts.
Because you can get a whole water distiller on Amazon for $150. And it's also a mindset thing, because one thing I know specifically about our people is like they will spend so much money on shit that they do not need. They will buy these Jordans, these chains, these all of that stuff, and I recognize that it's because we are used to being in a place to where we were more financially stable. The generations before us, they be trying to make it seem like they were so poor, they were so this, that, and the third, but they actually had their own land. They actually knew how to make their own clothes, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that, because they didn't have a choice. They
Facts.
had to sustain themselves, you know what I mean? And so, like at the end of the day, it's a matter of bringing back that education of how we used to do things to a certain extent without carrying on those generational curses and things that don't serve us anymore, because everything has to get cleansed out with the next generation.
Right. Right. Whether you want to bring back the things that worked for us in the last couple hundred years, or we're bringing back the things that worked in the last couple thousand years, even from the last 50 to 75 years, we could learn well, we understand entrepreneurship, and they try to make it seem like black folks or minorities don't want to, not minorities, but black folks don't want to be entrepreneurial and own businesses. But we actually did more of that back then than we did today, right? We were forced to create
We did.
our own businesses and our own infrastructures. What's going on, FA? But yeah, peace, bro. Welcome to the stage, bro. Fro.
My bad, my mic was muted. I was saying, what's up? What's poppin'? How are you?
What's going on, man? What you want to add to the conversation?
I'm just listening, and I'm gonna chime in when I feel like it's appropriate. But everything y'all saying is pretty legit. Like I rock with it. I rock with everything y'all saying. It's with like when it comes to like the systematic stuff. It's like it just saddens me to see people like consuming products that keep it going. Right? Like it's real simple. It's like the kid who did the homework when everyone else didn't. As soon as that kid says, "Yeah, I did the homework," it's like it's all over. But if we all just stop buying something, that company is done. The stocks are done. It's over. But the fact that it's not like that means people are still consuming. Still don't get it.
I think people should focus more on
It's unfortunate.
what they're creating, honestly, because the efforts and the organizing power we had in the 60s and 70s was far greater than we're. And although that had an impact, it wasn't necessarily the direct means of success. I think the success we're looking for is going to have to come over time and through enlightenment, like if they said, with the sharing of information. I don't think we're going to boycott our way out of this. I don't think we're going to protest our way out of this. I don't think we can even fight our way out of this. I think this is more of a theme that we are experiencing. And when you understand that it's a theme, and that theme has its time and its place in which it's playing out, but it will eventually come to the end. You know how to prepare for that thing. The best thing we can do is truly learn. Maybe not the best thing, but what we need to do is learn how to operate within the system, even though we know it is problematic within itself. What can we do to make sure that we are helping the next generation at least live a more prosperous, fulfilling life than we did, right? So that's why for me it's like I balance the spirituality with the gaining of resources that we call acquiring money, because money should be ultimately used so that you can have more resource, right? But then with depending on where you're at in your journey, you would realize that your spiritual knowledge should give you spiritual power to be able to get the same resources or wealth in general that you can achieve without necessarily monetary means. You see what I'm saying? You should be using both worlds, right? But a lot of us are just focused on the one world, right? I have found that even with
True.
mindfulness alone, before even thinking about spirituality, even with mindfulness alone, that already gives you the upper hand on dealing with the stressors of life versus you just getting slapped around, messed up. Everything that comes at you just knocks you over. A lot of us are not in a position where we have time to slow down and be able to just be at peace with ourselves so that we can be able to better handle the problems in life. We're just constantly stressed, constantly in survival mode. You know what I'm saying? Survival mode can be altered just through breathing alone. It's a mentality, it's a state of mind. Affirmations like journaling, these things, that self-care is underestimated nowadays. So that's why I like to teach people how to take care of this vessel, how to take care of this avatar, so that in turn it will start giving them a better life in return. You pour energy into this vessel, watch how much better your life will go. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts. Still, that's facts. You know what's crazy? One of
That's
the
so true.
number one ways to achieve like this is like a physique, like working out wise, is to literally just believe or look at yourself and feel good about how you feel. that's the most effective way to achieve, I guess they would call it, gains.
Called glamour magic. Well, where bro go?
Right. Yeah. A lot of people are in reaction mode. But yeah, I'm big on, you tapping into your. But see, but before you even tap into spiritual power, you got to start healing yourself. A lot of people got like I had to heal. I think the process of letting go of trauma, the process of like unlearning and relearning, being honest with yourself, becoming a more genuine person, getting your heart in the right place so that you are doing things from a more pure intention. I think that is probably the predecessor into your spiritual journey of at least having the discernment to go in the right direction. Hmm. Having the discernment, like I did I unintentionally did a lot of healing prior to me getting into any of this, right? At first, I was like heavy into entrepreneurship, um, making money online, and during that the beginning of that phase, I was forced into a situation where it was a lot of stress. I was getting kicked out of the military, put a lot of stress on my mind, and all that stress sent me into problem solving mode. So I had to come to terms with the fact that I was not being honest with myself enough to want a better life. Like a lot of people don't truly want better for themselves, right? They believe subconsciously, unfortunately, that the life that they live, that they deserve that life. They deserve the suffering. They are magnetizing and attracting the suffering at a certain point. This is the state of mind. At a certain point, it is perpetual. It is cyclical. This is why the nature of oppression is so
You're
sinister.
so right.
You
It's an
know,
illness.
yeah, yeah, it really is. So healing and health, a lot of people don't know what healthy is. You see what I'm saying? We don't know health is. We don't know healthy is you experiencing a joyful life, right? You not being depressed. You not having to rely on food or sex or drugs to make yourself feel better, right? That's what healthy is. Like healthy is you laughing and just able to be at peace and content with wherever you're at in life. That's why for me, like last year, living out of my car for 2 months and being completely content with that, like actually, not depressed, not suffering, not like highly stressed, like none of those things. I was just, as a matter of fact, my content grew when it grew as toward the end of me living out of my car. I was getting a lot of sun every single day, right? I didn't have to eat as much. Like I was experiencing and practicing. Now I was experiencing the fruits of what happens when you pour into yourself enough. When you pour into yourself enough, you want to be so solid. You want to be so strong in the foundation of who you are that no matter your external circumstance, house or no house, friends or no friends, comfortable or no comfortable, you're still a-okay. You're still straight A, set in the foundation of who you are in your spirit, in your essence. But a lot of people, they have not worked on that inner core, right?
No, I really agree with
Inner core is a little shaky when things
that.
happen
Yeah.
on the outside. It shakes up that inner core. It shakes their foundation. They lose their psyche is all thrown off, right? Psyche meaning soul. So a lot of people are out here with uncultivated, weak, if you will, souls, weak wills, right? No, a lot. This society has created an environment where a lot of people are purposeless, lacking fulfillment. Those things are fundamentally important in terms of the driving essence of who you are. You see that? So one of the things I had to refocus on is what is my purpose? Like I was taught as a man, you should, well, not necessarily taught, but I had realized as a man, as a woman too, right? But just speaking of my experience, I'm like, well, as a man, I should have a purpose, right? And at the time, I was a Christian, so I was like, okay, so my purpose is obviously having a relationship with the Most High. And at the time, and being a Christian at the time, that's what kind of had me experience that born again Christian phase, right? Where I actually started taking the Bible serious. I actually started taking understanding God serious. I had to take myself serious, right? A lot of people, whether they're Christian or not, they're not at that point where they're so serious about loving themselves, helping themselves, wanting a better life that they will do anything to change. You got to get to that point. You got to maybe some people have to hit their low before they're able to bounce back to their high, right? So I don't like
I
I look.
definitely agree with that.
Mm, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I was going to say, like, when when you're in that space of like not having something that you need or that you desire, it allows you to go to that natural process of drive. Like, and when you're, especially when you're without things that you have, like you being homeless and stuff, I noticed from those experiences that I had, it's like it reconnects you to God. It's something about the lack thereof that makes you, work harder for that which you desire. And it creates a discipline, if you will. And so I noticed in those certain situations, the magnetism becomes easier, even though you're supposed to be in a quote unquote lower state, your magnetism becomes easier because there's no distractions. There's nothing in the way. See, we have so many material things going on, that you know, our everyday process is happening and we're so focused on these material things, we forget that we create the magnetism to get to those things in the first place. And so I definitely agree with you. And I feel like when you know yourself and you know what you desire and you're just uncompromising about it, that it comes to you. I believe that's why people like Kanye and, you know, rich white men fucking exist because they knew what the hell they wanted. And even though they're not always of good nature and heart and spirit, they knew exactly what they wanted. They were unwavering about it. And so that's how they have it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they feel entitled to it. They feel like they deserve it. Whereas us as melanated people, we struggle with that because we're always used to something being hard or something being taken away.
Right. Mm, but yeah, I'm letting go a lot of those limiting beliefs. Anything's possible, truly. Um, and I realized a lot of people don't. I made a content earlier. I made content earlier, and the wokeism, new age spirituality has a lot of people confused, both black and white, as to how um, as to what spirituality is. You know what I'm saying? Like people think that talking about the facts of history means that you're not spiritual or you're not conscious. That and what I've noticed as a theme is that when you start to speak on truths or facts that make people uncomfortable, they take it as you being less enlightened, right? Which is unfortunate because our ancestors were the ones who measured truth. We cared about truth so much we had came to realize it was something to be followed like a law, right? But to follow it, one had to be able to bring forth the sciences, the divination, the understanding of prophecy, the understanding of spiritual wisdom, how the Netta rules or the forces of nature were speaking to us, right? It took tens of thousands of minds, hundreds of thousands of minds to come together to bring and create these sciences that today are being suppressed and ignored, right? So, you know, once you really don't have a thorough understanding unless one is able to. Now I'm not gonna say thorough understanding, but we're not producing the the human beings we were producing before, because we don't have a culture or a nation that supports spiritual enlightenment. Right? Once you have enough people supporting that, that's when you get those high caliber X-Men like gods. You can still tap into your powers by yourself solely, but there's power in numbers, always have been, always will be. So what one person can do with their own enlightenment by themselves, they will only expand with the support of a community. You see what I'm saying? And what I've been able to gather based on the books that I've read in my experience is that, wow, like you can be extremely knowledgeable on all this stuff, right? But truly breaking through those higher levels of consciousness and awareness, it has its limitations when you're just by yourself. It's always been a master teacher relationship or not master teacher, teacher student relationship until the student was ready. You see what I'm saying? What were you saying, Ife?
I was saying you starting a channel over there, boy. But I definitely agree with that. I feel like communal living and just community is what we lack, especially when it comes to Black people, because I mean, just if you look at the family structure of just other cultures, Asians, Latino, like they all have like 3 and 4 generations of family living in one house. But it's like let let us do that, and all of a sudden, oh, you're broke, or all of a sudden you oh, you won't get out your parents' house, blah 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 blah. Not realizing like that's how we're made to be. Like not everybody is meant to be living on their own.
Right.
And society has pushed this hyper independence on everybody. And so we feel like things need to be more difficult than what they should be. And at
Right.
the end of the day, it's a such thing as too many hands in the pot with certain situations. But I think people took that phrase like and ran with it too far, because sometimes, in certain areas that could be really beneficial. And let's talk about, for example, our children. They need that community. They need other people to be around them and to say, hey, I'm here for you. I support you. I whatever. Because if you look at just the fact that like most of us today will go through the day without hugging anybody. Especially if you don't have children, like you will go through the whole day without hugging anybody. It's
Right.
scientifically proven, okay, from a therapeutic perspective. Because I went to school to be a therapist. So like from a therapeutic perspective, a child needs up to 12 hugs a day to survive mentally.
Wow.
That's just from a mental perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like to have an average mental state, they need about 8 to 5, 5 to 8. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Anything below that, and that child can experience mental issues, health issues, all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they have these parents, these single parents out here, burnt out and feeling like, oh, I don't know what to do about my children. I don't know what to do about this, that, and the third. But the answer is simple: community. Community. We're not supposed to be doing this all by ourselves. There's a reason why they say it takes a village to raise a child, because it's true. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get to a point to where you don't even feel like you can handle those 12 hugs a day. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is a spiritual being having this human experience, but at the same time though, um it's not healthy for us to negate the human portion. It needs to be our vessel needs to be acknowledged just like everything else. You know what I'm saying? And you can't give from a space that you don't have.
Facts. Facts. Jabrio, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up? How you doing?
Doing well, man. Too blessed to be stressed. How about yourself?
I'm all right. I just kind of joined late a little bit, but was there a certain topic we were talking about as far as the society and children raising, like raising kids and stuff?
No, we were just going. We talk about almost anything, but she was just speaking on some of the issues inflicting us today.
Okay, yeah. So on that stance, I guess I believe the biggest issue we have is just basically like all of the delusions and illusions and all of the deception that's in society as far as like the truth. It's not really hidden. It's more just like in plain sight now, so people are really just overloading with different information and they're basically doing like divide and conquer with everybody, whereas people are feeling like, um, just like even with like the states, like especially in America, because you got like all the different states, and I've always looked at America as like the land, and then when you say like United States, that's like all of the different states of mind for each individual state. So you got like 50 of them as far as like Georgia and Ohio and all of these states, and then they all have their teams, so they're always like competing with one another. And
Mm.
people in certain states, they always feel like their state's the best state, or this state is like this, and there's always like predetermined ideologies for each state. So that's just one level. The people are divided, and they divide and conquer in America. And then you got like the gender wars going on and the race wars, and it's just like they're doing everything in their power to really keep people separated and to think that we're not there's no unification in the states, I believe, and I think that's really what our the biggest illusion is, that, and then just like just social media and technology. I mean, it's really just a tool, so I really can't blame social media. But I do try not to blame like people or certain groups of people for the problems, because it's really not the groups of people. That's what they want. They want us to blame or certain groups of people for their problems. But I just look at it as more of like a systematic oppression, where it's set up systematically by whoever, or by design, or by nature, or even, so, or maybe not
Definitely,
nature. Yeah,
definitely.
I take that nature part back. Just by design. We'll just say that. I don't want to like, get too into conspiracy theories, we'll just say by design.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely understand the divine conquer thing, but it's like it's like you don't want to be caught up in the red pill versus blue pill, flat Earth versus round Earth, black versus white. But at the same time, you do want to be factual. You want to be understanding in the facts, right? And the facts are the genetics of black people is one of the most secretive aspects of reality, right? That's just what it not. Henrietta Lacks was a black woman. There is no Caucasian Henrietta Lacks, right? And you know, it's deeper than just skin color. It's not about skin color. African, indigenous, black people have the largest variety of skin color in the world, right? But and this is why I understand Kalai Amin Ra, why he sticks with genetics, because and no one argues with him about it, because it tells a lot of truth about our reality. You see what I'm saying? Yes, to a certain degree, they will make things overly about race so that you are focused on racism. And at the same time, they will be lying to both races about the nature of genetic expression. You see what I'm saying?
I
Um,
agree with that. Yeah.
so that's I'm more focused on how the human body works now. And the thing is, like that that to me allows me not only to better be able to understand myself, but then by understanding yourself, you know who is and who is not similar to you. You know what I'm saying?
True.
I
And
think
I was also going to throw in.
I truly believe for a lot of people, the truth is going to be much worse. It's going to be much more shocking and hard to stomach or hear than what people like to believe. Uh, I don't think people really understand that.
Absolutely, because they've been conditioned that way.
Right.
So
Right.
they're not going to believe it initially because it's again it goes back to what you know uh LeBron was saying. You know what I'm saying, that it's systematic. It's been set up for so long that they're comfortable with that. That's like their little happy place where they don't be disturbed. You know what I mean?
Right. But then
Cognitive
even
dissonance.
systematic by who? Who was it? Do you think that do you think a Chinese man or a Chinese woman, Aboriginal person? Do you think a Caucasian? Do you think an African? Do you think a Black American? Do you think a Hispanic, a Muslim? Or is this the Illuminati? Right? Is that who you envision that is doing all of this, or what is your mind tell you that is the being or entity or people who is, because it's some, now it's not so much to blame, right? It's just a cause and effect relationship, right? Blaming doesn't do anything, but understanding what happens is a different concept.
The being or the entity that's doing it,
Well,
reptilian.
I should say the human being, because before we get into the metaphysics, there's a physical representation, right? Most people you get into the beings, and then most people's religion fall apart, right? But there is a physical face or faces behind the system. Is not just operating by itself. The system is being ran and being instructed on who stays, who goes, who gets murdered, who gets off, who's trafficking, who, right? That's being instructed by another human being. Now that human being might be being controlled by entity, right? Right? But still understanding that who these human beings are, there's a reason why the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds have their names like that,
Yeah,
right?
but at the same time, you got the powers and the principalities, they're ruling over the people by satanic ritualistic natures. So we get caught up in these rituals like holidays and economics and the judicial and all of these systems. Just like the body has the respiratory, circulatory, nervous system, the world that we live in has the economic system, the judicial systems, and all of these systems have to function, but they're all basically just rituals. And these rituals have to be upkept, like you said, by living, breathing beings. But you also got people at the top that are doing certain kind of rituals to honor these powers and principalities that are, I
Yep.
guess, working behind the scenes and being and more so controlling everything behind the scenes, like you said, with the spirit, on the spirit side, and that's just manifesting over into the physical. So it's not necessarily, like you said, one group of people. It's more about like the powers and principalities that be. Is in my mind, that's how I would describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how's it going, Ramel?
Yeah, it's going good. So
Uh,
these powers and principalities, would you say that they're interdimensional beings?
Are
I
you
would say
asking
they
me?
can. I would say they're interdimensional just because they can commune with the, I guess if you want to call them living here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess that's kind of being interdimensional in a sense if they're in a different spectrum of light or they don't have physical forms. And if they're communing with certain people on certain levels of existence, then that I think that would classify them as interdimensional.
Spiritual. I don't know, maybe spiritual. The reason I say that, because if you say powers and principalities, I'm assuming you're talking about something that's not quite human, but controlling human, right?
Yeah, I would say it's outside of humanity. It's definitely I don't want to call it a superior being either, because I think humans kind of have the kind of like the free will nature where we can choose to worship or use these powers or principalities, or we can choose to deny them and crucify, not crucify 'em, but just get rid of them or rebuke them. That's the word I'm looking for. Rebuke them. We can choose to rebuke them. So.
Mm-hmm. I gotcha. What were you trying to say, Scott? What's going on?
definitely agree.
Oh,
But I feel like at the base of
no,
that,
sorry, I
it
was
comes from the
listening
people
to
who have
what
been causing the most
AB
chaos
said,
in the
and
first place. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like when you
want to
look
listen a
at
little bit more before I
systematically
respond
Hold on.
because I'm
and
afraid that I
historically,
might
Oh, hold on. Hold
misconstrue.
on. Yo, Scott, hold on a second. What are you trying to say, Ife?
Uh, sorry.
I was saying if you look at it systematically and you just look at it historically, it's clear who has had the resources and materials to be able to be in the positions of power. Like that part is not debatable at all. But
Exactly.
Well, it
I
is. It
do
depends on
agree
what part of the
Hold
with
on,
world
Jay.
you're
Scott.
I
you're
feel like
talking about.
it goes deeper than that.
1 second. You gotta
And
say
there
this.
are performing rituals and doing things to keep us within these systems.
So, Scott, what we don't do here is cut people off for an opinion or for any
Oh,
reason,
sorry.
right?
I
So,
thought she was expressing something that we could
right, but
respond to.
what we don't do
My
here is cut.
apologies.
That's fine, right? But you're right, Ife. It's quite clear that Caucasian people have, whether the beings decided to use Black people, Asians, Native Americans, whoever. Quite clearly, Caucasian people were the and even if you want to say the Moors had a way of doing it, right? Were involved. Still, they were the chosen vessel to rise and instruct this satanic system over humanity. Okay, that happened, right? Now maybe the bloodlines could have mixed in these times, but their vessel was chosen for a particular reason. Our Even though we've been down here for millions of years, right? And we've had our issues, but our vessel wasn't necessarily used for a specific reason, right? But go ahead, Scott.
Which vessel are you specifically talking about?
The difference between a pheomelanin dominant person and a eumelanin dominant person. Eumelanin is the black or brown, and pheomelanin is the white or red producing melanin. One is able to absorb all spectrums of lights and high amounts of sunlight. The other one is unable to absorb high amounts of UV radiation without experiencing uh,
Well, that
cancer.
is also scientifically also
That's based
incorrect
off
because
that's based off the National Library of Medicine.gov peer-to-peer review website.
well,
So
no, you
whatever
only have to
claim you're about to
understand.
say that's literally based on science.
No, what I'm saying is that if you absorbed all types of light, right, I would not be able to see you. I just see something that's
I
completely
said
black because
you melanin. Do you know what you melanin is?
yeah, I know what melanin is, but you
Oh,
said that you absorb all types of light.
so I said you melanin can absorb all spectrums of light. It is black in essence. It's one of the only black living molecules that exists. Okay, it's not
But you
red.
only absorb all types of light to a certain degree.
You said what?
You only absorb all types of light to a certain degree. It's not 100%.
Maybe not. I wouldn't say 100%, but the U melanin is black. So the fact that it is
No, I agree with that. But I mean, when I
so
absorb
if a
light,
color is black, what is it not absorbing?
no, well, I agree. When I absorb light, I also turn browner. I tan, right?
No,
I
no, no.
do
We're not talking about the
also have
skin. We're,
melanin.
we're not talking about the
I
skin.
also,
We're
sorry.
not talking about the skin. We're talking about U melanin and pheomelanin is present at the inception of birth before your skin even exists. Okay? U melanin
Okay.
helps convert light into energy so that the cells can grow. It's inside cells. Before you even talk about skin color, right? We're talking
Yeah.
about what's happening on a chemical level of a what's happening on a chemical level on which chemicals can more efficiently absorb light. Pheomelanin
Man, we
cannot
don't even
absorb
understand how our bodies.
pheomelanin cannot absorb light at the same efficiency as eumelanin.
No,
Just
no,
like,
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying these are almost to the point of religious beliefs. We don't even understand
but they're
how our
not.
bodies.
I just told you the science. I just told you it came from the .gov peer-to-peer review website, the National Library of Medicine.gov. You just ignored that. You didn't even
No,
address.
I didn't. I didn't. I was going to put to you, okay, an example, but I didn't get a chance to finish. If you go back 20 years ago, right, our dietary, okay, what we should eat and how things affect our bodies, dietary, right, that was completely different to what people lead us to believe dietary right? What it does to our bodies now. Science, especially when you come to medicine and things like that, it's theoretical. For example, the
Caucasian science
COVID,
more theoretical, not our science, Scott.
it has to be proven to be more than a theory.
So what I just said was already proven. So you do realize that Caucasian people are the most susceptible to melanoma, right? Out of all races. You
So
do
you're
realize.
saying that African people are not susceptible to melanoma?
No, I said Caucasian people. I'm gonna say it again. Caucasian pheomelanin dominant people are the most susceptible to melanoma.
So
Okay.
it's a more or less degree. It's a degree.
Right. Now that degree has extreme ends, right? Meaning the people who have the most amount of eumelanin are the least susceptible to melanoma. The
But they
people
are
who
still susceptible.
I didn't say they weren't. I didn't say they weren't. Right? It's not about
No, I
absolutes.
didn't say you said they
It's not.
weren't. I'm just
But
pointing out.
Scott, you brought up an absolute. I didn't say an absolute. So there's no reason to bring up absolutes. It's a spectrum. DNA in biology is a spectrum, and in
I
that
was trying to
spectrum,
point out it's a spectrum.
right?
And so
I've,
thank you.
I've always, as a matter of fact, I've always said it was a spectrum. I've always said that because people mixed in, right? We have intermixed clearly. So
Yeah,
in
but
that
people
spectrum,
listening could confuse the issue.
in that spectrum, people are highly susceptible to melanoma and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Did you know that Black people and Caucasians are more susceptible to Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's than sub-Saharan Africans? Did you know that? Right?
I didn't, but I can easily believe it because we all have those recessive genes.
Right. Right. Well, some have more than others. And what happens when they have more recessive genes is that they have a stronger proclivity towards certain diseases and illnesses and and certain autoimmune diseases.
Of course
Okay,
they do.
we
But
are
that also
from.
means that we share more similarities than we do differences.
I mean, that's an opinion, but I can tell you this.
No. That is a
That I can tell
scientific
you this.
fact.
I can tell you this.
We share more
The differences,
similarities than we do differences.
the differences have not been acknowledged. 9 out of 10 people say it's not about skin color. It's not about skin color. It's not about skin color. No one's talking about skin color. What we're talking about
I'm
is
not
genetic.
talking about skin color either. I'm saying as people, as
We're talking about
humans, we share more than we differ.
we're talking about genetic expression. What's not and here's where racism
Wait a
has
second. Expression means opinion.
here's where racism has played its part in science. What's not acknowledged is that depending on the eumelanin and neuromelanin content of your DNA of your human body, you think differently. The effects neural. See, we understand that it affects physical differences. We can clearly observe that there are physical differences in people who are eumelanin dominant and pheomelanin dominant.
Well, I
That's
mean,
not.
there are
Hold on,
physical
Scott. Hold on,
differences
Scott. Hold
between
on,
tall
Scott. Hold
people
on,
and short
Scott.
people.
Relax, Scott. Relax, Scott. We know that there's physical differences, right? But it is science and culture has capped off people's thinking capacity to acknowledge that there's mental differences. You don't have physical differences without having mental differences when across the diaspora, Black people quite clearly perform differently, specifically in athletic physical challenges. It's quite clear that there's a difference. No one argues that,
I
right?
think
And
you're being very unfair
what
there.
has been ignored until I read about it outside of the United States doctrine, what was ignored was the neurological differences, and
No, but wait a second.
that in itself is a pseudoscience to ignore the neurological differences between human
Pseudo.
beings, right?
Pseudo is an important word there.
It is not by coincidence, it's not by random, it's not by chance that cultures express themselves differently. This is due to the biological makeup of the human being, right? There's a reason why typically naturally Caucasian people do not have a close relationship with the wide tones of sound. Music is not the bedrock of Caucasian culture. Yet, if you look at indigenous or African culture,
Wait a second.
mu-
Where did you get that
music
from?
has been a part of our culture and has been very important to our culture for a long standing time, far more important than in the Caucasian culture. This is a fact. You all
No, it's not a fact. How's
It,
it a
it
fact?
is a fact. It is a fact. Like if you
No,
look
it's
into
not a fact.
even if you look into classical music, this was created by black people.
If we're talking about rock and roll, we're talking about what? We're talking
I
about
think what you're
70
doing,
years
Scott,
ago.
here is that you're just here to deny and not necessarily provide
I'm
any.
not. I'm looking to discuss, but you're proclaiming everything without giving me any chance to respond anything
But
to
Scott,
your
I don't think you
proclamations.
actually. But Scott, I don't think you came with substance to counter what I'm saying. You probably haven't heard of what I've said before. You probably haven't heard it, which is fair. I'm not
Well,
saying
I
you.
haven't. That's true, and that's why I was asking you at the start, and while I was listening to you, and while I was trying to respond to what you were saying, because I haven't heard what you said before.
Okay, so if
Okay,
you haven't
and
heard what I've
so
said before,
instead, you're
Scott.
just proclaiming over everything I said instead of discussing things with me.
Right, but it's one thing when it's a discussion when we have equal amounts of information, but the information that you have is more so
Oh
it's
God, that
it's
is a poor, sad thing to say. That's just you talking over someone instead of actually asking someone, right? Oh, you're just this, you're just that. Instead of asking, well, what do you think about this certain situation?
Scott, you didn't come. I didn't have you come up here for me to ask you what you think about anything. So you maybe you
Okay,
got
so you're
maybe you
just
got
up
the
here to preach to people with what you believe.
what
Okay, well,
so
that's fine.
Scott,
You're free to do what you
Why
want.
did you
No,
come
no,
into
no,
my
it's
life?
fine. Cool.
Scott, why
I
did you come into my life?
apologize. I apologize.
Why did you come to my life?
And thank you for letting me get in line tonight.
Yep.
Have a great time. Bye.
Yeah, take it easy, Scott. All right.
Hey,
You know,
I wanted to touch on a music thing that you just mentioned. So I
sure.
do believe like with like other cultures and like you say like the more melanated cultures, like our use of like drums and like lyrics and like
Yeah.
chanting and like putting history in music and all of that.
It's
I think
genetic
that is,
confusion. And
but
they
they
people,
do,
yeah,
yeah, but they do have a history of musical
they
like,
do. I'm not saying they
but
don't have it.
it's not lyrical. Yeah, it's completely different. It's more like it's more like a uh not a subtle. What's the word I'm looking for?
Hold on.
Like when it's like when you play something and it puts you to sleep. Like it's like sedative. That's the word. Yeah, it's like
So,
it's just more like a sedative like type of do 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 like Beethoven and stuff like that. Like
so
it's not really
here's
like
the
an
thing.
upbeat lively music. It's just like a sedating music.
And this is why genetics
Peace,
is
peace.
important. They're not they don't even hear they do not hear sound the same. Melanin is not just a skin pigment. It is wrapped around all vital organs in your body. Okay, new melanin is the reason why we are able to perceive sound. It's why you're able to see light. It's why you're able to taste food. It's why you're able to smoothly react to music. They do not, depending on your genetic makeup, they do not perceive sound the same. So they're not creating sound the same. That is why that's happening. It's not because of an opinion, right? Well, the Caucasian people's relation to music is not because of this, just their beliefs. It's because I've been around them my entire life, right? I'm speaking from direct experience and observation. This is genetic expression. And this is the truth that people can't stomach, right? That we are so in tune with the world, we are so in tune with the electromagnetic forces around us, right? That we've been deceived, we've been blinded into not realizing, into realizing who they are not. They don't even why does our food taste different? Why do we produce different music? Why is our art, right? Art is the light that you're looking at, the colors that you're looking at. How come their art doesn't look like our art? How come it's not as colorful? How come it's not as vibrant? In general, we're not talking about just your lifetime and your friends and your high school and what you saw in your life. We're talking about the last 6,000 years. You have to be able to get a gist. You have to be able to get a vibe for how things have happened in the last 6,000 years in relation to indigenous and Caucasian people. Otherwise, you're only looking at a fraction of history.
Sure, and I think he was touching on can melanated people get neuromelanated people get melanoma, and you were talking about the sub-Saharan African. And right now, our diet, the way we eat, is the reason why we can get melanoma.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
also, most of us are not on the planet, and people don't realize that. We don't realize that when the sun is hitting you and you not on the planet, like your feet ain't directly on the planet. You're
Mm-hmm.
like a circuit that's getting fried.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're like a circuit that's just getting fried because your pineal gland reads the light and dark cycle of the universe. So when we're talking about the differences, not just among non-melanated people and melanated people, we're talking about um the differences between just genome sequence. There's 6 genome sequence. That's a whole nother sequence. It's a fact that the more genomes you have, just like the guy said, you, um, you're going to see things different. You're going to hear. That's why our group has made all the genres of music. It ain't the other groups, even if you're melanated or not. It's our group that did it. You know what I'm saying? We got to be clear. Not just that, but inventions, we supersede anyone in inventions. Now, what's crazy is we invented everything, but the non-melanated European has all the patents.
Brother, the genome sequence. Yeah, he could hardly stomach the fail melanin versus eumelanin fact. The genome sequence is even worse, right? It's even worse. At least I, I'm trying to I'm trying to find this part where Dr. Layla Africa speaks on how Caucasian people do not perceive
Actually,
their range.
actually, the Moors are different than our people from Tameri, from America. They're indigenous Europeans. They're the ones who try to use them to come in here and do the same thing. They was trying to do the same. They were doing the same exact thing. The indigenous Moors were the mother, and fathers of the European ideologies, how they thought and like what they were thinking when they came here. So the origin of the Moor, mm, hmm,
Okay, so check this out, right? Um, African music is derived from holistic Ma'at cultural foundation. Music is culturally confined in a language of culture. Music is culture. Caucasians without a knowledge of and respect for African culture cannot truly understand African music. I know the whole African thing is outplayed, right? Cannot truly understand African music. Music, African as well as European, is not a universal language. Music, African as well as European, is not a universal language. For example, Caucasians cannot distinguish the difference between a happy or sad African rhythmic pattern and melody. Consequently, Caucasians label all fast African melodies or rhythms as happy music. There are sad blues with fast rhythms and happy blues with slow rhythms. Musically, Caucasians do not understand or appreciate all of their own cultural music. Most Caucasians do not understand other Caucasian ethnic music or classical European music. European music is not universally understood by Caucasians. Music transmits and translates culture. It is a language of a culture. It is not a universal language any more than Bantu, the language, is a universal language. Music is culturally confined. Music sounds are another form of healing energy. Music enters the body by way of the skin, eyes, ears, and foods. The healing notes can be sung, played on a musical instrument, or heard. The effects of music notes: the D note for digestion and assimilation, diseases involving the lungs and respiratory system. The G note stimulates tranquility, peace, eliminates infections, and increases immunity. The C note, the E note, the B note, the F note, the A note, all of them have effects on the human bodies. Why? Because we understood the science. We understood this as a holistic science. So the reason why they do not understand this as a holistic science is because they are not hearing, perceiving the sound the same. Why? Because their neuromelanin content isn't as, if you want to say they have neuromelanin, fine. But even if they have neuromelanin, it's not as dense as ours. So they don't have as much of the very molecule that you need to experience light and energy and sound. They do not have as much of it. Even if they clean up their food intake, they clean up their diets, we clean up our diets, they still will not be able to absorb light the same way that we are. And not just sunlight, all forms of light, all forms of sound, all forms of the electromagnetic spectrum. When they say humans can only observe a certain percentage of the electromagnetic spectrum, Caucasians would be on a lower spectrum than you melanated people. The blue in the eyes, especially, is the lack of eumelanin. It's the lack of. That's why if I were to get a surgery, I can have the melanin brown removed from my eye, and you will see blue under my eye. Look it up. So what they call, a blue eye color, a brown eye color, no, a eumelanin dominant eye, a recessive eumelanin eye called that is blue. But this is where their science is not just strictly science. It's being interpreted, it's being used and founded by them, so it's being filtered through them. And people say, well, let's not make everything about race. How could, at some point, you got to acknowledge the fact that they're lying about DNA and genetics. It is what it is. Why
Yeah, they're like, that's well said, man. Well put, man. Like they are lying about the whole thing. I mean, we have literally. I just dropped a little video. I was so excited to hear somebody else say it beside myself. It was crazy how they changed our haplogroup and all of this stuff, and it talked about the Asiatic melanated person. So it's like, yeah, man, that was
and here's the thing, they got
nothing
everybody
more than him.
and Anunnaki and aliens and Pleiadians and all these aliens and stuff. And I'm not saying that that's not a very real aspect, but at the same time, they're lying about the difference in humanity. Two things can be true at the same time.
It's the difference between a whole 9 genomes. Like it's a whole nother person and a half. You're talking about like if you have 6 genomes and we have 15 genome sequence, you're talking about really the genome sequence is a uh one of the genome sequences, the unknown genome sequence. The 12 genome sequence is is in my opinion, uh the 12 genome sequence happened to some of our group, but not a lot of our group because they're survivors. So you're thinking this 12 genome sequence is the survivors of when they brought that malaria here in the 1500s. You see what I'm saying? So
Interesting.
that's who they are. We got to follow the food and the diseases. See what I'm saying? The 9 genome sequence with the Africans, they experienced the bubonic plague, Black Death, malaria, and yellow fever, among many other things. I mean, I could go on for days of the plagues they had over there that we did not have. You see what I'm saying? So it changed their genome sequence to the 9. Then you have the creation of the 6 genome sequence, and because they have so many different things mixed into their who they are. So it's some from what I see, they were spliced from the African 9 genome by our people, the albino genome. They were spliced from the African albino genome. That's a fact. But what's an anomaly to me, and what makes me think the Asians were spliced from the 15 genome, is because their pineal glands are different. You notice that Asian people, they dance like we do. They got the rhythm like that. You see what I'm saying? Uh, but they're a 6 genome sequence. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's like it's a crazy thing. It's
Yeah,
a crazy thing. But I mean, these are the facts. That's a 1,000,000% fact.
yeah. I mean, I haven't studied into the 12 versus the 9. Um, I haven't studied that much into it to be able to even accurately know, right? Um, Especially when you melanin that already explains so much within itself, But I've heard differences with. I hear the eumelanin versus pheomelanin. I study the eumelanin versus pheomelanin. There's the prokaryotic versus eukaryotic, and then there's the genome. There's the 12 genome versus 9 genome. So as you can see, everyone has their specialty for which they're focusing on, but it all gonna have to. Somebody's right, somebody's wrong. It's all gonna have to come together at some point. You see what I'm saying? And really explain what's actually happening, right? But there's definitely genetic.
They changed the R1 haplogroup. They changed our John. I just put that John up on my thing. They changed it. I put it up on my channel. Was the one of the melanated scientists talking about how they keep changing our haplogroups because they can't say, they can't. They have to keep our origins attached to their origins because
Right.
if not, then people gonna start wondering who you are. Like you
Right.
said, um, um, the absence of when you see the blue eyes or you see anything like that, a lot of those people, not all of them, I'm not saying all of them, because some of them incarnated and still are light beings here. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
for sure.
So that's a fact. But it's only 20% of their population.
Yeah.
So but the lack of melanin, and that's why they are so coarse. That's why they are the way they are, because the melanin is life. The lack of it, when your pineal gland isn't secreting, isn't um
What is it?
active.
Melatonin,
Yeah,
serotonin.
if it's not active, making your pituitary gland secrete melatonin, which opens your body up to receive more carbon. See what I'm saying? Basically, so you see dark people, they got very active pituitary gland. You know what I mean? Basically, so when you don't see that in the European, um that's where you see the lack of. That's why they'll get up in the middle of the night and take something, start deer hunting or whatever like that, because they don't, they go right out there, just they have to take somebody's soul in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Like get up and sit in the tree. Sometimes they don't even hit no deers, and it's just for just sport. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not to feed your family, but just to have a head on your wall. See what I'm saying? So that's where that all comes from, man.
Mm, yeah, man. It's ready or not, ready or not, it is what it is. Um, but it's not really, you don't. People don't. It's not bringing awareness to it so that you can go disrespect or shit on Caucasian people, but it's to know who you are, right, and who you are not, or who we are and who we are not. We supposed to eat different. We're supposed to, be doing everything different. But we think that we're so intermixed with their culture that we've lost a sense of who we are, a sense of our perspective on reality, what our reality is. We're in a completely different paradigm. You see what I'm saying? So speaking on the genetics allows us to be able to set a very clear foundation for why there is this separation, or at least this difference. Fire and water are both elements, but we can respect the fact that they're both elements, but they're different. So I am gonna be wrapping up this live. I would bring you up, Jabari, but I'm wrapping up this live, bro. I think
Man, I
that
appreciate you having me up, man. I'm gonna pop on down, man.
not a problem. Earth speaks. Take it easy, bro.
Peace to the gods and the
Peace.
goddess.
But yeah, man, I think this pyramid is like Um, I think it's intense. I don't know if it was me wearing the pyramid or that one or a combination of both, but I'm feeling how I feel when I've been wearing the pyramid too long, and it's like it's almost like it gets too intense. Yeah, I removed everybody as a moderator, Shar, because moderators were muting people for no reason, so I had to remove everybody. You can get the pyramid from I bought mine from paradigm.com, pyradyne.com. But you can also build your own. I wanted to buy one because I wanted to experience the effects of it. And especially if you meditate or if you're like focusing on something you're reading, you could definitely tell. So, Fa, you still up here? Because I heard you speaking, but I don't see your box. Yeah, I normally my moderators are fine, but lately they've been muting people way too much. Or not too much, but they've been muting people on accident. Not even on accident. They've been muting the wrong people, so I had to just clear out all my mods. Paradigm.com. You haven't been on lately? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to wrap up the live. I think this pyramid is might be too intense. I'm feeling like I think because I'm pretty sure it at the same time it detoxes you, like it is pushing out negative ions. Negative ions, which are good for the body, positive ions are disharmonious to the body. And those pyramids, they give off negative ions. Like, so if your body's not ready for that detoxifying effect, it can almost like it can feel draining. It can feel intense. It can feel uneasy. So I'm just feeling it in my brain. I had that pyramid on, and the pyramid that I just bought, has a 7-mile radius. So it's pretty powerful. Oh man. And I'm trying my best to just be strictly on fruit and veggies. I got the avocados for like my cravings of carbs and cravings of gluten and everything that comes with some of those starches. Oh yeah, this is the pyramid right here. It smells really good.
I'm doing a fruit cleanse this month. The last time that I did this fruit cleanse, I got rid of like 5 parasites.
How you know it's 5? They came out?
Because you can see them.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh my parasites coming out of me. Oh gosh. What music? Oh, I
You
love
can
it.
get them through you can get rid of them through like soaking too. Like if you soak in like activated charcoal, apple cider vinegar, stuff like that. Like and do like a detox soak, it'll come out that way too. They'll come straight out the skin.
Okay. Wow.
Just because they do be moving, OJ.
The song is called, I don't know why. I mean, this just resonates. Um, the song's called Mousolou, Moussolou by Omu Sangare. Her name is Oumou space Sangare, and her music just resonates with me. Also, this kind of sounds like you would think this is like Indian music. Like when I see some Indians on TikTok, like the Indians on the other side of the continent, Indians, I hear like the shaking. I don't know. It just reminds me. But I know that the original Indians, all the way in like Hindu India, they were actually phenotypically black people, right? Indigenous people were also black. Oh man, this is crazy. So I don't know.
It's so true. They be. It's another thing. Like it's erasure. They purposely would do that. They would when the Mormons came and they started to try to push Christianity on people, you know, some people were so fascinated with their physical appearance because they didn't look like us that it became it was easy for them to pass off the trend of erasure, and they thought that these people were bringing, you know, life-changing revelations and stuff like that because they were teaching them about Christianity. And so you know, they started to integrate with those particular people, and it caused erasure. And what happens is eventually along the line, you know,
Hey, Mystic.
we lose part of our culture, we lose part of our DNA and our essence because that's what they did. They traveled to different places and they basically taught us to hate ourselves.
Right. For sure. For sure. Yeah, what's going on, Mystic? I got this from Brother Ray on TikTok. If you DM me on Instagram, I can send you his TikTok. Yeah, I can send you a TikTok because he doesn't have a website. You have to just message him. You gonna follow him on TikTok, and then you email him, and he can send you the pictures and the products. Oh boy, my dream should go crazy tonight. Nice, nice, night, Ether Goddess. Yeah, the Melanin book is. You can go to the link in my bio and get that Melanin book. It's so important to read. As you can see, people will try you. People will try you over the information and the knowledge, right? But the dude came up here and didn't give any really information, no type of no type of facts or evidence to even counter what I was saying. And then what I'm seeing is that when people just come up with their ego and they don't even necessarily care about countering or debunking or deconstructing what I said with facts, with evidence, then I know they're just operating out of their feelings and their emotions. And that's unfortunate because, we're supposed to be all about
Absolutely.
the fact. We're supposed to be all about the facts and about the science, but coming up here with no science. I'm just at the tip of the iceberg of being able to break down melanin off the top of my head. Once I actually understand it and synthesize it to the point where I'm even understanding the subchemicals that make up melanin, the subchemicals that make up pheomelanin, and why these chemicals operate differently, why they synthesize light differently, it's over. You know, people are about he's like talk about this unity, but it's bullshit. It's bullshit because at the same time they want you to talk about peace and unity, but they also want you to ignore the birthright of who you are. Can't have it both ways. Cannot have it both
It's
ways.
so true. And then it also, to me, it goes back to the fact that it's like when they find out this information, especially, you know what I'm saying, as a melanin being, they're in this place to where they can't handle or understand that concept because everything here in the Americas has been designed for them to be, at the forefront. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, again, if somebody has held tight to an ideology that automatically makes them superior, of course they're not going to want to let go of that. That's all what it comes down to, because then it would make us make them on the same playing field as us if you really look at it from a
Mm-hmm.
certain perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because if it's like, okay, we break down the fact that they don't have a culture or they don't really come from what they think they come from, it's like, okay, well, now we're on an even playing field because let's be realistic. We don't fully know individualistically as melanated beings, neuromelanated beings, exactly where we come from. So we have created our own culture based off of, you know, what we have. But realistically, that had the truth of our original roots for us as individuals, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? And so it's basically like when they get like that, it's like, to me, it's like, welcome to our club,
Right.
welcome to our reality, because we have to deal with that 24/7, not fully knowing exactly where we come from. Let's be for real. At least y'all actually have the history written out on the walls of who you actually are, and you can do something about it. That's the problem. Do anything about it.
Right. Right.
The first step to doing anything about it is acceptance. You can't be in denial, you know what I'm saying, and expect to make change.
Mm-hmm.
You have to acknowledge this, that there's an issue there,
Right.
but they always want to make the issue somebody else's.
Right. Fact. Fact. Trust me.
Hey, that's great for you, Charlie, but that's not the reality for everybody. We don't know, not all of us know exactly geographically where we come from. Or if we get into geographically, we still don't know tribally. So what does that really mean?
And even then, that would only be to a certain point because we've been down here for so long. We've been down here for so long. Like, we've had multiple different identities. We really have. But on the more recent couple thousand years, or a couple hundred years, right? Prior to 400 years ago, whether you from the continent or you were already here for a considerable amount of time, you don't know what we don't know what that culture was, right? The indigenous culture of America, like at one point in time, was very much similar to that of the it was very similar to the Kemetic um, arts and sciences. Whether you want to say it started over America, it started over Africa, whatever, right? What matters is, do you understand what the science was? In my opinion, right? Um, and even then, those time of I would say those times of building pyramids, or those times of the more recent that whole Egypt time frame is still a more recent time frame compared to Atlantis and Lemuria. That's still, we can't even go back that far because that's too far for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? What tribe were you from during that time? Excuse me, might never know. So that's why I stick with this
Right. And
eternal
then
globalness.
it's another thing. Hmm. But yes, it's another thing goes deeper than that, because we have to recognize that we was also prisoners of war. You know what I'm saying? And they had our DNA spliced and diced when it comes to that. They inbreeded us because that's what they do. They have a history of dating their cousins and sisters and crap. You know what I'm saying? So like, yes, to a certain extent, we can know where we come from, Charlie. But how deep can that get?
I don't believe in black ancestry, no, or African ancestry, no. I don't.
The Caucasus of mountains. You damn right. That's where they came from. Caucasoids.
But like Earthspeak said, some of them are some of them are able to have that cosmic intelligence. I think he said 20%, anywhere from 20 to 40% of them. It's just a difference of intelligence, and not to say that someone is superior than another person, but when it comes to like certain concepts, it does require a level or a type of intelligence to understand it. It requires more intelligence for you to know how to operate in peace with a foreign culture than for you to be at war with them. You see what I'm saying? But they have cultivated a culture in America where we think war is an indication of power and intelligence. It's not. It's the opposite. And then on top of that, even worse, that we've been conditioned to believe that our ancestors were always at war with each other. Even worse, always to
Hmm.
the time.
And it's so interesting that you say that. It's so interesting that you say that because somebody on here was asking, you know, when we had the opportunity as African Moors and as indigenous people to really retaliate against the Caucasians or the Europeans when they were bringing over diseases and things like that. It's as simple as like people don't understand we're the originators of having a peaceful environment. They can't even conceptualize that because they're always waiting for us to retaliate. They're always waiting for us to do something like them. But the biggest power that we have as neuromelanated beings is our ability to be peaceful, our ability to not believe that everything can be solved with violence. And the things that we have experienced in our own community that have resulted in violence has to do with two things: survival and being a product of our environment.
Mm-hmm. Facts. I wouldn't even say we had too much empathy because empathy is a divine trait. The lack of empathy is a more of an indication of an animalistic behavior. That's why if a lion were to rip out the baby of a mother's womb, you would not call that evil. You would say that that's nature, right? But when a man does the same type of atrocity to another human being, we call it evil because we say that man is supposed to be conscious
Yes,
of its animalistic nature.
I
Hello? Really? You gotta mute your mic. You got some background noises. Um, because man's supposed to be conscious of the animalistic nature, right? But what most people don't know is not everyone's consciousness operates the same. They are more left brain thinkers. We're more right brain thinkers. Left brain is in charge of separate division, linear thinking. Right brain is in charge of unified holistic thinking. That's why our sciences were holistic, and the sciences in America are more based on a separate compartmentalization of reality. You see that? Different doctors for the human being, all different types of 10 different doctors for the human body, but one we had one scientist, one healer. We had different studies for understanding the human body, but we connected it to a holistic science. It always connected. That's why our holistic doctors can look at your eye and know which organ is in a disease state. Right? We make that connection. Western allopathic medicine doesn't teach you that. Even Chinese medical theory is more holistic than Western allopathic medicine. If you were to go study medicine, study the human body in China, do you know you'd be looking at a different theory on how the human body works, how health works? So no, science is not science.
And we have a different type of biology than them. So what works for them doesn't always work for us. Peace to the God though. What's up, my G?
Mm-hmm.
And that needs to be paid attention to because the way they style the health industry is one size fit all for all type of healths, and that's
Mm-hmm.
not the way it's supposed to be. What works for them, certain things they could eat, we just can't eat it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like they have more of a tolerance for milk than us. And a bunch of other stuff too. Like it's a bunch of foods that be okay with them, but if we eat it, it's over.
But do you know that our information that we garner stores and pass along the genealogical line from generation to generation?
You said what?
The information that we receive, every information that we receive, pass from generation to generation. What we do, like if we have a set of people who are conditioned to think in a certain way, our children who comes after us come preconditioned to those information,
Yeah, that's
and they just built upon
epigenetics.
what.
Brother,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
are absolutely right. That's the reason why there are generational curses and also generational strengths. You're absolutely right, brother.
yeah. That's all epigenetics. But that's what genetics is. That's what DNA is. DNA is just information passed on.
Yeah,
That's what DNA is. That's the
yeah.
definition of DNA.
And I think on the topic where the guy had stated, I think the Bible condones slavery, right? What happens is that when the people is conditioned after a period of time, they no longer see facts as relevant to their ideas, but perception. Perception is a powerful tool that change your concept of things and lead you to a life of belief, which you use that as a catalyst to your end gains.
And then they brainwash us by saying everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's a brainwash mechanism for people to be like, okay,
Absolutely.
facts and truth don't matter. It's all about my opinion.
Exactly. And it was
And it
amazing.
goes
It is
back to
amazing
too,
that it's amazing that
if
my
you truly
family who
have
are in
the
university,
knowledge.
she is saying that beliefs is better than knowledge. As a matter of fact, she's putting them together. She said both of them play an integral role. But what I told her is that belief is only a catalyst. It's not something. It's not a means to an end. Knowledge is more important, and it is imperative for us to transition ourselves. And so, very few of our brothers and sisters are able to escape this prison of this belief system that was set upon us.
Absolutely. And all of those sayings that they feed into our head, they are the reasons why people go out with these mindsets. Everybody go out and be like, yo, it's all about my opinion. Or everybody and go, or they'll teach you it's all about your belief. It's all about your belief system, right? Your belief, your
Talked
belief, your
about
belief.
in several lies. Belief is to be lie. It's to be a lie. If you truly understand something, then you know it. You know it. It's a knowing. You don't have to question it.
Exactly.
You don't have to
Knowing and
have a
believing.
theory
Yep.
about it. It just is. It's a whole other thing. And knowing is wisdom. And knowing creates wisdom.
Exactly.
Belief creates delusions. You know what I'm
That's a
saying?
fact. That's
And
a
we got a
fact.
whole lot of people who are so comfortable with being in delusions that they will hold on to that before they will hold on to the truth. And that's the issue. That's the real issue.
Who you talking to, Lola? You talking about me? This vibe?
Because they have been bombarded throughout their life with that, and it goes to generation, and all those information set that preconditioned notion that belief is the catalyst or the mean to an end. But I tell my African brothers when we were on an international forum, train a child to pray when there's a problem, create adults who can find solution when there's a crisis, and this is why Africa is facing the dilemma right now.
Hmm. And then you also have to deal with the issue of colonialism, because we wouldn't have some of the issues that we had if this wasn't like just in America. It's already it's we have a belief that the things that are going on that are out of alignment are just here in America, but in reality they spread those notions all over the world. And so it creates a disconnect between
Across the
us
globe, because
and Pan Africans, you know, because they've been taught, you know, by these white people, these missionaries, and these people who come over there that's supposedly trying to help, you know what I'm saying, that we're lazy and that we're the problem, or we're creating these things, but they don't talk about the things that they've done, you know what I'm saying, in order to manipulate us and to put us in these conditions.
Yep. And
exactly,
at the
you're making my hair and my skin raise there. You're
Yep.
making my hair for my chin raise because one of the things that they do, they put us in the condition and then blame us, and then we eventually start blaming ourselves because they're singing that narrative so long that we believe that we are the one who are wrong.
Hey, real quick, y'all. So like I said, it's not really trying. It's not trying to make everything about race, but because historically they have made everything about race, that has to be undone and unlearned. And for that to be undone and unlearned, you got to learn about your culture and your history. If learning about your culture, your science, and your history, if that is you being race based or you being racist, then the people projecting that onto you do not have your best interest, black or white. Okay, this book, African Holistic Health, as a you melanated black African indigenous person, whoever, this is a must read. This is a must read for you to understand the differences historically, biologically, philosophically, psychologically for what we're talking about. Okay? Um, this,
I'm
this,
writing
this,
information on that book right now.
Hello?
it's just one. It's just
Hello?
one of the books. Hold on one second. It's just one of the books. Like for example, he says the European scientific. You got a lot. Whoever has a lot of background noise, just mute your mic while you're not talking.
Sorry.
The European scientific method is tested on sick people. In that respect, an allopathic MD doctors are trained on sick people. They study diseased people in order to understand or overstand diseases, not health. While the African medical system studies healthy people in order to understand the holistic process of health. The objective of medicine is wellness. Therefore, the healer must understand how an individual progresses from health to disease to treatment and returns to health and then to higher wellness. Ironically, the European system progresses from primary disease, then to treatment, and then returning to a secondary disease condition. This secondary disease condition is usually subclinical malnutrition or an undiagnosed disease level known as good health. They believe the absence of disease means wellness. In other words, a car driver that has never had an accident is assumed to be a good driver, healthy. This is not the case. And this is so true that in the United States education system, you are considered to be healthy even though you could be a black American eating meats, eating acidic foods in a subliminal disease state. You're not healthy, right? So our definitions of health is different and it needs to change. And this
And,
has nothing to do with Pleiadians. This has nothing to do with Anunnaki,
and let me
right? This is
build on that, bro.
you said what?
I said, let me build on that. I'm actual
Mm.
naturopathic holistic doctor as well. And the first thing we learn in our course, the first thing we learn is that everyone who has a biological disease has a psychological disease. That's very important. That's very important because now we'll start to realize that we are surrounded around most of these people who seem normal, but they don't even know what they're putting in their bodies. And these things can directly harm them. And you may have some people like, well, I've been eating this my whole life. I've been eating this my whole life, right? Let me tell you why you've been eating it and you ain't really been feeling the effects. Because did you know that certain foods turn off genes? So something that's supposed to have been reactive towards this has been turned off for years. This is what we're dealing with, bro. But you go ahead, though. I just wanted
Okay,
to
I
build
know.
on that.
You know what that just okay, you just connected the dot because that is explaining what's happening to me. As I continue to detox and fast, my body is rejecting more and more. It's
Facts.
it's reject. I'm like, wait a second. What was the last thing I? It was like I know I shouldn't eat macaroni, right? But the last time I had macaroni, my body reacted even worse than the time before that. You see what
Yeah. Yep. Because now you are awakening some cells that's been dormant for
I'm saying?
years. So now they know, and what you're also doing is you're improving your B cells and your T cells, right? So when you improve that, your B cells and your T cells is like your that's like your security guards. So if something foreign like cheese go inside of your body, they're gonna be more alert to be on their ass than they was when everything was dormant.
That makes so man. That has made so much sense as to my healing journey. That the foods that I used to eat, I cannot. And sometimes it's the chemicals in the foods that I used to be able, my body used to be able to handle, is not being able to handle anymore. My stomach is shrinking. I'm being more sensitive to the ingredients that they're putting in these foods. You're not, because I definitely want to become a natural holistic. Where did you are you where did you go to get that to become that natural holistic doctor, naturopathic?
Well, I'm a part of an indigenous tribe, and we have our own medical association. So
Nice.
we basically you. I follow you, bro. We be going
Yeah.
back and forth sometime. Job Bricks on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I follow you or
I
whatever. Yeah.
nice, bro.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, yeah, word. So, yeah, but tap in if you interested in that though. Tap in with me. I got you. I could hook you up
For
or
sure.
whatever. But yeah, we teach people in the tribe and out of the tribe. So you know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
definitely.
Hmm.
And this actually, I'm about to actually show you the course, the book that we take on the
Because
course.
I realized like I'm going back to school only because the military's paying me, and I'm only taking classes that I will enjoy. Like I'm not taking nothing that, because if I take a class that's based on their science, I'm not going to be able to sit there and retain the information.
You see it? This the course.
Wow.
Yeah,
Got
we
the
got
credit.
our own medical association. We cure people, all type of stuff, bro. Like, yeah, we really doing our thing, bro. Like, I'm gonna definitely we gonna chop it up though. We gonna chop it up.
Yeah, for
We
sure,
gonna
for sure.
definitely
So
chop it up, bro.
I'm on that healing journey, and not only healing
Yeah,
myself, but wanting to heal other people. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Understanding the human body is like that's the end all be all right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Yes,
beginning and
that's
the
it.
damn there. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
That you could once you learn that, now you done added years on your life. Now you could start exploring more. Now you can start doing this because you know a lot of people they live life like, damn, I'm gonna die tomorrow. I could possibly die tomorrow. But once you start to understand health, you don't even live like that no more. You manifest more life onto you.
Mm-hmm.
Word
Fact,
up, bro.
fact,
Yeah,
fact.
so that is, bro. I'm telling you, it's so fun. Like, and also we know how to cure people whether they eat meat or not. Now, I'm not saying eating meat is good, but what I'm saying is that in the curing process, we don't make people go straight raw vegan in order to heal. It's other ways and other formulas to heal, and you'll learn that because they teach us the scientific model of healing.
Mm-hmm.
So we heal people scientifically and we deal with black genetics. So that's different than any other, institution. All the other institutions cater to white genetics. We actually cater to black genetics. So we don't cure people from HIV, herpes, all of that type of stuff. And we got the case studies on it. So yeah, bro, it's definitely like it's lit though, for real. Like,
Damn.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely have to tap in, man.
Yeah, tap in with me. Yeah, most definitely. I see you on your journey. I like your vibes. I like what you're getting into too. So yeah, definitely tap in with me, bro. We need more. We need doctors who really care about the community, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and another thing too, I told you we're part of a tribal government. So you know how they was making those herb rules to where you can't you're not about to be able to sell herbs no more. That don't apply to us.
Down five. So
Yeah, we
your status, you did the whole status thing.
yeah, yep, yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, yeah,
Me and
yeah,
Skip
yeah,
just talking about that. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
I was like, that's kind of on the back burner for me, but
yeah.
maybe it's something to speed up.
It,
But
it is because let me tell you why. Because what we don't understand is we're opening businesses and things of that nature under their jurisdiction. So remember in 2020 when all of those people had businesses and they forced them to shut down,
mm,
that's because your businesses is filed with their states under their jurisdictions. That can be problematic for you because at their will they can just shut your business down and you can't do nothing about it. But see, when you got your own jurisdiction, they can't do that. See what I'm saying? You're still able to keep your business. You're still able to thrive. And we don't even need a disclaimer on our products. So for our products, right? You know how you got to say, this is not tested by the We don't even got to put that on our products. The only thing we do got to put on our products is that these are tribal medicines. That's it. So that's our disclaimer. Yeah, yep.
Definitely, hey man.
Yo, facts, bro. I'm telling you, like, you know what I'm saying? It's about building and then it's about application. Let's build, let's talk, let's build, let's, you know what I'm saying, spread knowledge, then now let's apply it.
Hmm.
And as long as we keep doing that, we will be on top of the world. Now, if we just become knowledge hoarders and we just want to just keep talking knowledge but not applying anything, then
Hmm.
that becomes problematic. That's why we get what we got and where we at so far. But once we start applying the knowledge, okay, you saying we indigenous to America, okay, so what my tribe did was, okay, we know we indigenous, we did our genealogy, we did everything. Now we created an institution. We created multiple institutions based off our indigenous status. And that's the movement that we need to be going forward. See, most people gonna be like, man, I don't care if we're indigenous or we're African, man. If y'all niggas ain't doing shit, blah, blah, blah. You feel me? Lose interest. But if you talk, like, look, we're indigenous and we actually moving out here.
Right.
We actually using our status to put us in a good situation. And then also, we could teach our brothers on the other continents how to do the same thing.
Hmm.
You know, in this country, they look at us like we, you know what I'm saying? We like the big brothers of the world for real, bro. Like what we do, they follow. So we just trying to set like a good example.
Facts, man. That's crazy because I don't know where I came to this conclusion, but I was like, medicine will be what liberates us because our capacity to heal is unique. You know what I'm saying? And it's our bodies. So all we got to do is create a system, create a value based system where we know the science of how to heal, and in reality, you know how to heal this body. You automatically can really take care of everything else. You know what I'm saying? That's my theory, right? Like if you can heal this body, everything else everything else will be able to follow that ultimately.
Yep.
Um, it might their genetic expressions a little different, but still like and then like and I constantly hold this idea where in coming up and growing financially or growing in any aspect of power, people like a leader, right?
Yeah.
Cleansing their system, being
Yeah.
clean. It's like it has to be part of it because
It has
it's
to.
such a physiological, psychological, like you said, the
It
diseases.
is.
Yeah.
It, and when you notice it, like when we learn, like, cause we learn how to heal. That's how they teach us how to heal from the rip. They teach us we got to heal the mind. You got to heal the mind. So when you got clients, so like I have clients who got HIV, I got clients who got this, bro. The biggest thing is not them being healed. The biggest thing, they're in their own way. Literally, you'll realize how much people are in their own way, just psychologically, just all in the brain, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like for example, we had a client. She went from stage 4 cancer to stage 1 cancer, so she was healing. Because she did that, she went and celebrated, start eating what did she want again, blah 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 blah. Went back to stage 4, bro. So you see it's the mind, bro. Like
Yeah.
you'll realize like our people is their minds are very 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 damaged, and
Hmm.
we got to work with the mind. So you're right. Like everything that deals with the mind is going to deal with the physical.
Hmm. And it's no separation. This like I was realizing that idea that the mind is just or let's just say the soul or the consciousness is one thing, but physical reality is something separate. Like you said again, that separation. Like
Uh
nah,
huh.
it's connected. Everything's ultimately connected. So nah, that's crazy, man.
Word
That's
up.
amazing, actually.
Can I give a grand rising first off to my guys and goddesses in the stream for real. Um
Shout out. Peace, peace.
Peace, peace.
a good reference to what y'all two just said, that movie Lucy.
I gotta watch that again, bro.
Lucy, it's a movie.
It's yeah. She had got like some type of she had got kidnapped or whatnot. She had to transport some drugs in her stomach or whatnot. Basically, they burst in her stomach and activated her brain for real. And the more
Right.
percentage she can get gained of her brain, the more things she could do, like change her hair color, change her eye color. You know, she can mess with the electrical currents, mess with. She basically can walk on walls, go through walls, mess with matter and such as
Yeah,
things as
that
such
was such
as
a
that.
good movie.
I'm trying to
Now,
tell you.
I'll
you
watch
so
it.
that's that movie because I remember that. That's that movie when the lady was able to use like the average human only use a certain percentage of their brain. She was able to use more. That's that
Yeah,
movie
Yeah,
yeah.
but
that
as a
came out a couple
therapist,
years
Lucy,
ago.
yep.
So I took
Okay.
psychology though. They only went off of Albert Einstein's brain of what how much access or how much percentage we could use. They went off of his brain.
To this day, they
To this
go.
day. To this day, they still go off of his brain.
See, and I was just about to add to that, right? I was just about to add to what you were saying. It's a way we can use all of it.
Mm-hmm.
We can use
Mm-hmm.
just like that movie. It's a way that we can use all of it, and our ancestors. That's what they was tapping into. And
Fact.
this deal with also like herbal ceremonies like peyote and all that now too.
Yeah, yeah, facts. Yo,
Like
yo,
yo, I'm telling you,
um,
yo.
this book right here, it's not like all about it, but in this book, he covers a different he covers our ancestors' perspective on how the human brain works in one aspect. Because for me to understand Kemetic culture, I had to understand how the human brain works. Because certain deities were connected to the right side of the brain, certain deities were connected to the left side of the brain. I didn't even know that the
Can
concepts of God were connected to right hemispheric thought and left hemispheric thought. The left hemisphere, it separates things, right?
it goes
When
deeper
you
than
look
that,
at
boss man.
thought, you said what?
It goes deeper than that. Because now back in the day, everyone was left-handed. They taught everyone to be right-handed because your left side is your analytical and logical side.
Mm-hmm.
Your right side is your emotional side. So
Right
if I
side
can
stuff.
manipulate you off your emotions, then I can
Mhm.
control you and do anything I want. If you thinking logical, I can't tell you nothing.
Well, see, and see, but this is why. So this is why we got to come together on how on what the facts are for how the brain works. Because the left side analytical, yes, not necessarily not logic though. It's it's segregative reasoning. Okay, so
Okay.
when you analyze things, you breaking things down. Okay, the right brain has a reasoning complex, right? But the reasoning of the right brain deals with unified thinking. When you're looking at a car, you know it's a car because of your right brain. But because of your left brain, you know that you see a window, you see a wheel, you see a steering wheel, you see the color. So it's
So
separate.
practical thought.
It's and here's the thing. But this is where their issue with women comes into play because women are more right brain thinkers.
Hmm.
Not that men are smarter or more. You can see, but it's not even more logical. And they're two different. They're two different types of logic. Okay, they're two different types of reasoning. The right brain is abstract thinking. Okay, the right brain does not perceive past or future. It is timeless. When we experience timelessness, we're tapping into the right side of the brain. They have made us more right-handed, right?
Hmm.
And the left brain controls the right side of the body. The right brain controls the left side of the body, right? You said everybody was more left-handed back then. That means everybody was more so using the right brain. And we know that, right? We know the right brain controls left side, left brain controls right side.
Hmm.
Or at least that's what they say. I mean, I still believe that to be true,
See,
right?
but people
Yeah,
were
yeah.
were together back then. They were together more back then and
So
actually
yeah,
had more
together. And
success.
when
That's
you when you move the balancing of both hemispheres, this is what that spiritual enlightenment is about. Because the
Hmm.
brain itself has everything we needs, but we're not using the full capacity. Neocortex, midbrain, our reptilian part of the brain, hypothalamus, pineal gland. You know, everybody just focuses on the pineal gland, but shit, your neocortex is just important. A lot of folks are not. I didn't realize marijuana, cocaine, all types of drugs actually shut down the neocortex. You see what I'm saying? So it's before we get into percentages, it's sections of our brain not even being fully used.
At all.
You know what I'm
At
saying?
all.
But yo, I'm telling you, like the even yo even in the text they where he shows that they were speaking in mythological terms.
Hmm.
When they were explaining Chet and Nekbet, which are the psychic forces within the body. You have a northern magnetic pole, southern magnetic pole. You have the yin and yang. You have a magnetic north and a magnetic
Yeah, I
south
definitely
in the
got a
body.
topic with y'all.
One called
Yeah.
Archet, one called Archet, one called Nekbet. One is in charge of visualizing things within the mind. You can see things, right? And another one is in charge of, I believe, the sending and receiving of thoughts. But either way, it's operating on EMF. You see what I'm saying? It's operating on EMF. So, yo, like, but yeah, we own it, man. I'm telling you, we own it. But we do have to have our own understanding, in-depth understanding of how the human brain works. Like, most definitely.
Definitely. Oh, see, but this is the thing though, and I completely agree with you. I'm teaching myself. I'm teaching myself how to shoot with my left hand now. Now I can already write with my left hand, but I'm training myself to shoot with my left hand. I'm a right-handed individual, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to train myself. I'm training myself to shoot with my left hand. It's becoming like it's becoming secondhand nature. So now, but I always believe that I can do whatever my mind, I wanted to. I can't is not in my vocabulary. I don't believe that I can't do anything. I should be able to do anything I can put my mind to.
Mm-hmm.
So and then the comedic, the fact that you're talking about comedic, and I had just came across something about comedic teachings, and just one part of just it teaches you how to learn, love yourself, or learn yourself, or learn the God that is in you, but not think of yourself above your, the creator of the universe. Because there is a creator of the universe, but a creator of yourself, in my opinion of it, not so much per se. Now there is a creator of everything, but you, as far as generations of beings, you are frequency. We are vibrational creatures. We are frequency creatures. We are cosmic beings. So our forms have always changed, but we have always been the same pigmentation. So it's like, so now, like, I'm 27, and I'm pretty sure majority of us are in the same range of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now we're also in the age of Aquarian, the age of knowledge. I think that was last year, or I don't know if we switched years yet. Do you
I'm
know?
not.
Do you know? Do you know about
I'm,
that?
um. Yeah, I'm not.
Technically, we haven't switched years yet because technically, based off of our, you know, astrology and everything, we technically have 13 months instead of 12. So our new year wouldn't start until March. It wouldn't start until spring equinox.
Yeah, it's 13 zodiac signs. Ophiuchus is the 13th sign. Is the man that strangled. It's like a man that's strangling the snake or holding a snake, but they removed that. I don't know why. Which it would make sense, because that person is represents a snake, but that would make sense if
That
you would get.
could represent the dominance over the emotions, because a pep, they have a symbol of a pep. The serpent can represent the kundalini energy, the electromagnetic force that we can tap into for power, but it
Mhm,
also can represent your emotions, which are elusive, and they come and go for pleasure, but they also can come and go for your detriment if you feed into them so much. So the serpent has been used on both ends, and a man holding the serpent. That's why in some of the statues you see a king or whomever, the initiate, with his left foot forward, right?
mhm,
The left foot, right brain, right, left
uh-huh,
left side of the body. That left foot shows that dominance, or that you are superior over the animal, superior over the evil or sets, right? The I mean, Set is represented as an aardvark man, but yeah, this is totally about the animalistic nature of man ruling over your will versus you, the will, ruling over the animalistic nature. You tapping into that divine aspect of who you are, right? Not like you're above the creator, but because you are part of creation, you we have that likeness. As a matter of fact, he even gets rid of the idea of a subconscious, right? No subconscious, but you do have a spiritual body, and that spiritual body has a lower manifestation in this physical realm, a higher manifestation and a higher density, and in that higher manifestation, we have an omniscient faculty. That omniscient faculty is what we called Tahuti. So where
mhm,
black people were learning from Tahuti, which is an omniscient, all-knowing faculty within us, other races of people, especially Caucasian people, had to strictly learn from outside of themselves. You see that? And we were able to balance left hemispheric outside,
mhm,
right hemispheric inside, to be able to have the best of both worlds. Even Buddhism is more strictly right side brain thinking, more so. That's why it's just meditation on meditation, meditation, meditation. You know what I'm saying? Us, it was not only the meditation, but the mantras, and how are we learning from. Well, as a matter of fact, we had to observe the forces of nature outside of us to be able to see the patterns. Astrology,
mhm.
right? Astronomy. So it's both. It's inner, and then guess what? In America, in the United States, they only teach you how to learn from outside of you. If you can't read a book, if you ain't regurgitating science, then you don't know nothing. but they don't tell you that there's an omniscient faculty within you that you can learn from. This is why meditation, people are able to bring forth
Akashic record.
download. Not even meditation. Maybe you just whatever, but you able to bring forth ideas and downloads, and we can optimize that. We can increase that efficiency. You see what I'm saying? This is where you're tapping into that godlike consciousness because a part of us is omniscience, all knowing,
Have you tapped into your Akashic record?
intuitions. You say what?
Have you tapped into your Akashic record?
I wouldn't say so. No. But here's the thing. I haven't done that. Like it hasn't been like a before and after.
Mhm.
But I have experienced where I know things without being able to explain why or explain how I came to the conclusion.
Okay. Deja vu. You have that?
I just experienced deja vu for the first time, actually.
Okay. So so now I'm an individual who has experienced it a lot, and I've learned not to even call it deja vu anymore
Yeah.
because I've dreamt the things. I've dreamt what I've experienced through, and how I knew if I was going on my right path or not, if I would be remember that moment that I dreamt it, because I could remember a dream that I had years ago as soon as I'm in that moment.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So now, as long as and that's how I know I'm going on a right path. Now, if I don't have a reoccurring moment, then I could be going on a different path than what I was originally supposed to go to.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
being a
to
spiritual, now I am a spiritual person, and I was raised in a Christian household,
Mm-hmm.
and now church every Sunday and all this, and I never could agree with it. I couldn't, so and I branched out looking into other religions and things as such. Now I don't knock anyone's religion or whatnot, but I do my own research. Not but I also do my own research on, certain individuals' religions. And
Mm-hmm.
I could just it just every it just when it comes to it, I felt that it separates you from God and separates you from your brothers and sisters, because a lot of people have done some very ignorant things in the name of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, so I'm a spiritualist. Now, to me, praying is the opposite of meditation, because you're talking to, now, if you go off the belief there is an all powerful and he knows it all, knows what you're going to say and such, you praying to him is questioning his plan for you. You're talking to him. You're talking to someone that already knows what you're about to say. He already knows what you're about to ask of him. He already knows everything. So praying is kind of pointless to me, where versus meditation, you're
Let,
listening.
yeah,
You're listening to your inner thoughts.
let me build on that. You can finish, but let me just build on that.
Now
You
you
made me
go
think
ahead,
of
because
something.
that's why I was stopping at, boss man.
Yeah, that's the best analogy I could come up with. Prayer is begging. Manifestation. Meditating is manifestation. Praying is begging. So when we meditate, like for example, I meditate 3 times a day. I
Mm-hmm.
meditate in the morning time. So when the sun rise, it's intentional. When the sun rise, it gives the earth an electrical charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that electrical charge, if you meditate at that same time of that electrical charge, then you could put your manifestations literally in the biofield of the earth when it's connecting with the sun, right? So I do that to manifest things into my life, and then 12 p.m. I meditate again. That's for things that I need balance on, and then when the sun sets, I meditate again, and that's for things that I want out of my life. And there's literally a science to it. So when you were saying how you don't even call it deja vu no more, it's dreams and things of that nature. This is why we need you ever seen the X-Men, right? We need institutions to cultivate those talents. When you could dream and you could these are all the talents and the gifts that we have. When we see X-Men and they got all these superpowers, that's us in real life. We have these superpowers, but just like Professor Xavier, we need a place that can cultivate that energy so that it's not just your intuition no more. You can actually control your intuition. You can actually start really predicting some things, because it is scientific methods behind doing all of those things. And you can create a scientific way of always being able to predict it, always being able to manifest, and all of those type of things. So that's very important. Why we need our own institutions to cultivate that type of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Now, because now, despite the racial things, now a lot more individuals have more in tune or are more in tune to it than most people, and especially dealing with melanin. Now, they can't trace, even on a scientific aspect. They say they can't trace melanin. There's no time where they can trace melanin. Now, melanin is found also in stardust, and stardust, if I'm not mistaken, found in space, right? Cosmic energy and as such.
Facts. Yep.
So now, the darker you are, the more easier to access your pineal gland it should be, if you do try to partake into your spiritual side. Now,
Absolutely.
we all have a spiritual incline to the other world. Yes, we all do. We are all related in some form of way. But at the same time, people who have absolute melanin in them do not have animal DNA. They have DEA. It's a strand of DNA, but your DEA is also found in soil. If you look at scripture, it's also saying that he made you from soil. You are
So,
soil.
yo, bro. So look. So and that's the point that I like to make too. So that's showing us that our ancestors, like it, cess means to come from something, right? Our ancestors are the universe's elements, carbon, right? These are our ancestors. You see what you're saying? We come from the dirt. Yes, we do. The same thing in the dirt is in us. The same thing in the universe, stardust is in us. Those are our ancestors. That's where we come from. We come from the natural elements of Earth. Point
Cosmos.
blank, period. Yep, in the
And
cosmos. Yep.
that's what they call it in the planet is y'all ever, I'm sure y'all heard of the mycelium network. The mycelium network, bro. Type if you go on YouTube, the mycelium network, then type in Doctor Doctah Sirius B. And I did my research after listening to him. The mycelium network is what connects the melanin in the human body to the melanin in the planet, right? Because it is a black, it is literally a black bioluminescence that's wrapped around the fungi beneath the soil that connects all plant life in the planet on the planet, or all fungi on the planet. I think it's fungi because fungi is a bigger neural network system than plants, right? But they're ultimately
Very
connected.
quickly.
But they will tell you the mycelium network is the largest living neural network in the planet, and it is black, right? So, and also too
Absolutely.
in Chernobyl 1990, whenever that Chernobyl explosion happened, they said nothing could live, right? No, and now you can go after this, Sun Certified. They said nothing could live, but they found fungi growing in the Chernobyl radiation, right? That this fungi, which had melanin wrapped around it, was eating the radiation from the Chernobyl explosion. You can look this up, right? So and this is what happened in this age that everything's starting to reconnect together. Of course, our ancestors already understood this, right? The more recent ones. But yeah, I just want to throw that in there. That mycelium network.
What's
Go
up,
ahead.
I
certified?
think you
She was trying to talk for a while. Okay, go ahead, everybody else.
Oh, yeah, I thought she had something to say.
Yeah, she's not. I think.
I was just gonna say I think it's interesting that you talk about the mycelium network because it if you really make the comparison to us and some of the living things in nature, you will also understand why um a lot of us, especially as neuromelanated beings, have been able to experience altered consciousness by taking things like psychedelics like mushrooms, and stuff like that. You will understand why we have the relationship that we do to those, type what they call them drugs, but I call them medicine. You know what I'm saying? To those type of earthly medicines, because it's activating something inside of our DNA that we can't always be predisposed to based off of our conditions based off of diet and so on and so on, et cetera, et cetera. But
Okay.
it's a lot of similarities between us and plants, and that's the reason why I believe as non-melanated people we experience the most clarity and the most, you know, power and energy when we are able to reconnect with that. You ever notice how when it gets cold, it's like there's no black people around, but as soon as the summertime, springtime, the sun is out, we're out. It's because we're trying to reconnect to that, you know, primordial source that we are all are deeply connected to that we don't always even recognize, I believe.
And,
We
and,
sun
and it is
creatures.
funny to me, right?
We
Hey,
sun
real quick,
With the
creatures. But
sun, right?
before
quick,
you
y'all.
finish that, boss man,
Hey, real quick,
because
y'all.
this
Hey,
dude right
that,
here, because this conscious dude,
but
what
yeah,
is you? Are you? Because you.
Netter Neb Jarrell Atun Reye Harar. I don't know what you mean about us saying melanin and carbon is the same, or that we think it's the same. I don't think anybody up here thinks it's the same.
Oh, it is the same. I do. It is the same.
That you
Because you talking about this conscious dude, this conscious nine
Yeah, yeah,
ether
yeah, it is the
meter
same.
dude.
Melanin and carbon is the same. It is.
Melanin is C1. Okay, brother. What are
Yeah,
you? Let me ask
melanin and
you.
Carbonated
carbon is the
Do you
same.
consider yourself a Hebrew Israelite? Because I would try to
nah,
view your page. I wanted to go off of that. I wanted
he's
to ask you before
not.
I assume that though.
I
Who?
didn't. I don't. I
The
didn't.
conscious dude, the conscious meter dude that he just commented. I wanted to know did he consider himself a Hebrew Israelite?
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
don't know what he say. Not he a non-ether being, right? Non-ether something.
Talking about somebody else,
Who you talking
but
about?
The
uh,
conscious
on the
nine ether
network,
meter. Because
Ray
even
are.
some Hebrew Israelites still call it. It still say non ether beings.
I don't
Oh,
see.
okay.
I mean, maybe they changed the. All they had to do, I guess, is change the definition or the word carbon to melanin, and it would still apply. But I don't think carbon and melanin is the same because everybody has carbon, right?
Yeah, yeah, but it's now, and this is what I love about science, right? Because when you start to study black genetics, you start to see the differences. Most beings on the planet have the other beings that's not us have very little carbon. They're more sulfur and nitrogen based people. Now that's important. And the reason why that's important is because when we study the periodic table, what you'll notice and what you'll come to an understanding on, excuse me, what you'll come to an understanding on is that nitrogen is a new gas to this where we live at on Earth. That's new to Earth. That's not a natural element in Earth, nitrogen. And you'll notice that nitrogen came around the time they arrived. When it was just us on this planet, there was no nitrogen at all. These people are nitrogen based people, and that has everything to do with what we eat because when we eat, we should eat carbon based and not nitrogen based. Now, let me give you an example of a carbon based animal versus a nitrogen based animal, right?
We
If you
also absorb
cut,
too much oxygen.
yeah, if you cut a buffalo, right? A bison. If you cut a bison's fur back, what color are you going to see?
No,
Black. You're going to see brown, black. You're going to see melanated skin. If you know what I'm saying, carbon skin. If you slice them back. Now, if you slice the fur off a cow, what are you going to see? Pink. So that shows you that the nitrogen based animals are not natural to this planet, and the nitrogen based people are not natural to this planet at all. See what I'm saying? So they don't we have carbon. They don't really have carbon like that. Everyone doesn't just have carbon. Now, when we talk about amino acids, our amino acids and their amino acids are different. We actually have carboxylic acids because our amino acids are carbon structures. Their amino acids are nitrogen structures, but they call all of it amino acids. Amino means nitrogen. But if you look at the molecule of the amino acid, it has way more carbon and only like probably 5% of it is a nitrogen is nitrogen in it.
So they just use the word carbon and melanin. They can't be using the word carbon and melanin
No,
interchange.
no, no, no,
they
no, 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 no.
it's
They're
not
not.
they're not using it though.
Melanin is made up of carbon, though. You see what I'm
Mm.
saying? Like
Okay, okay,
the element in melanin is carbon. You got me?
that's definitely a
Al-
significant
Also,
difference
Yeah.
because we talking about a sub chemical then, right? of
What?
melanin.
What's
See,
the
but
sun
melanin
can do?
has multiple properties. See, it can absorb things, it can absorb and reflect. So it has multiple properties that it can do. So they may be describing different attributes of it
Pheomelanin, you got pheomelanin,
Right.
and you got eumelanin.
and
And
neuromelanin,
Eumelanin
right?
is what we have. The melanin they have, that's synthetic melanin. That's not real melanin. The
then,
carbon they have is synthetic. It's not. You see what I'm saying? We
yeah,
come from the ants. We've come from the actual elements of carbon. What
right.
they have is not the actual element. It's synthetic.
And like you said, sulfur centered versus ours is selenium centered, according to Layla Africa, which um I gotta look further into what selenium is. But I know that the elements that the properties that these two melanin have are so significantly different that it's worth noting, right?
What's
Um,
different? Like what?
that pheomelanin can't absorb light at the same capacity.
Exactly.
Like
Yep.
that's
Yep.
the biggest, like,
You
what
know,
I'm saying? Like it can't absorb
sunscreen
light.
is synthetic
Everything.
melanin, right?
You said what?
You know, sunscreen is
It
synthetic
is.
melanin.
Yeah. That's why
When
they
they,
look black on that
yeah,
certain camera.
mm-hmm,
Yeah, they look
mm-hmm.
black. And then I mean I've heard that the solar panels, tints, shades are all it's all synthetic melanin. Fucking uh
That's why they want to start organs and be coming up missing everywhere. It has to go
Say
somewhere.
what? But they said it was a food shortage, not for us,
oh,
not
okay.
for us.
So neuromelanin, like you just said, all human beings have neuromelanin. But I was looking into Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's, right? Caucasian people have the highest rates of Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's. And did you know that Parkinson's disease is literally the substantia nigra, the black substance in the midbrain? It is deteriorating. Do you know that their neuromelanin is deteriorating, causing the onset of Alzheimer's? They'll tell you that.
Yeah.
They
It's
will tell
eating
you that.
itself away.
So why is the neuromelanin, deteriorating at a fast rate when they get to that past them 50s and 60s? It's even and this is why I say, okay, cool, everybody has neuromelanin, but not everyone has the same density, the same amounts, the same quality, if you will, right?
Have you came across the
Yeah. At
connection with
all.
albinos?
They're calling their thing melanin when to a scientist they don't actually have melanin, but because they control, you know what I'm saying, they
So it's
control
they
what.
call it pheomelanin.
Yeah, they're
I believe
control,
that.
but that's not even melanin. No, pigment and melanin is two different things. They have pigment, not melanin. Two
Mm.
different things, but they're
Do you see?
calling it melanin though.
You see how they're compartmentalizing the information as to not so that it's make to try to make it difficult for us to connect it all back together. You see that, right?
Exactly. That's why we need our own systems. Like I said, amino acids. Why the hell is you calling it an amino acid when it has more carbon and it literally has 80% carbon and 5% nitrogen? Why the hell is you calling it amino acid? That's a carboxylate acid. So just little stuff like that is like little subtle shit that they do in the scientific field to kind of hide information from people.
Keep us, yeah, it's to keep us misinformed.
Also, stop calling yourself. Also, uh, French and they old term back in the day, black meant colorless. It meant pale skin. So they used to use that to identify themselves as that. So that's why I kind of don't like using the word black when it comes to identifying us, because the English language is a spell that was taught to you.
And I
I,
feel
I
that. But
Yeah,
even in
go
their
ahead,
own
bro.
science, they say you melanin is black, right?
And
So
carbon is black
and
as
carbon is
well.
so the
And
lack
yeah,
The
the
English
lack
language, though,
of your
right?
blackness actually disconnects you from the cosmos, literally, right? And the word cam for the Kamites, for the Cometians, Cam means black, and they weren't talking about the land. The deity of the supreme being, one of the supreme beings of the Hindu tradition, Lord Krishna, right? Lord Krishna, the Hindu tradition is what, over 3,000 years old? If you look at the etymology, the original definition of Lord Krishna, a god, it says the black one. Way before the French, right? Way before Caucasians were even before Greeks. So but I understand the whole black thing
That's so true.
with the whole pale thing. But when we look into the science portion of how blackness affects science, The primordial waters. What were they talking about?
I'm glad, and I'm glad you mentioning that. And just to build on what you're saying, exactly. Black, the main elements in the universe are black, right? The black hole, right? The black substance. Like we come from blackness. Blackness is not the problem. The problem is if you identify in their system. I'm a person who got my status corrected and all that, right? If you identify in their system as black, that's when you have a problem. But to use the word black is not wrong. Black, they made black wrong in their language.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay,
They
okay,
made
okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, you
Now
see
I
what I'm
see.
saying? They
Now I see.
made it.
Okay.
Yeah, they made it a negative thing, but it's
Blackness and
not.
darkness is
Yeah,
the origin of all
Wish,
life.
bro, they wish they had more blackness.
Because
Trust me.
yeah.
this was my thought on it, right? Now they say um he said let there be light and then there was light, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that would mean darkness was there first.
That's exactly,
So
exactly. And
that
you know,
would mean so
Period.
technically
in
Period.
that would mean darkness is faster than light and
exactly.
stronger.
Exactly. And
Period.
ether would be dark ether. We're surrounded between you and me right now. There's ether, right? Thoughts travel. If a thought wave or a Wi-Fi wave, a radio wave, what is it waving through? It's not waving through space. It's waving through ether, blackness, darkness. So the U melanin. This is why I say U melanin or carbon is the manifestation of dark matter,
You
right?
heard the
Because
system on top of your head.
you
It literally is.
it like
Like
bro,
what?
and
Like,
they put it
like
in
what?
Rick and Morty. They put it in Rick and Morty when they was like trying to find out they wanted the secret code to traversing space. They needed they needed the instructions or the code or the secret formula to space travel, and it was something pertaining to dark matter. They were like, "What's the code? What's the secret to dark matter for space travel?" But when you apply that TV show to real life, your light body, your consciousness is able to travel to different dimensions, different astral realm, whatever, via ether, right? And I assure you, the more you melanin content that you have makes this more likely, makes this more possible to happen. You see what I'm saying?
And this is a fact, bro. You're speaking truth. And let me tell you why you're really speaking truth.
And
This is the codes. This is the code that they don't want us to crack. We used to communicate like how me and you communicating right now. We used to communicate without cell phones. The same way we communicate with cell phones, our ancestors used to communicate like that without cell phones.
yep, telepathically.
Telepathically. Exactly. And it's the same with the cosmos. They're traveling, they're coming here.
Wasn't no
The other black people on the
distance.
other planets, they're visiting here. We're behind. They're mad at us right now, bro, because what they're trying to
But
do
if we
is
let's look at it from this perspective, my brother. Though, we're still in communication like that. We do it all the time, especially as Black people. We're the only community that can have a series of looks between each other and understand what's going on. So
facts.
The
let's be for
the
real.
head
We're
nod,
Yeah,
we're, we're not
the head nod.
disconnected
When you
from that
walk in,
nonverbal communication, brother. We just need to
yeah.
revisit
Look,
it
the difference.
in
Look, the
another
difference
way.
is, and like I was telling the brother earlier, the difference is we need institutions to cultivate those gifts so they can become scientific, so we can
Facts.
always use them
That's a
whenever
fact.
we want to
Right.
use them.
We
This
do
is
need.
what institutions is so important for, because now we don't have to do guesswork. We don't have to just say it's just my intuition. No, you can literally read your intuition, tap into that power, and do what we need to do. And that's the last war. The last war, I'm gonna tell y'all what's the last war. The last war is between
Nature.
natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. We have natural intelligence on our side. They
Mhm.
created a false artificial intelligence to combat our natural intelligence, and they dumbed us down so we don't know our natural intelligence. But trust me and believe, natural intelligence is a million times more powerful than artificial intelligence.
Time.
we
Every
was
time.
supposed to have iPhone 12s, iPhone X's, fucking 6 years ago.
That chat GPT ain't shit, bro. I'm telling you that. Like, it's cool. You utilize it. I'm probably gonna use it to write a book, but it really ain't shit on Cosmic. It's not like
It ain't rocking with it. Ain't messing with us, bro. Like
it
the
can,
stuff we can come up with.
yeah. It's
Come
infinite.
on.
We
You
it's our capacity to for knowledge is literally infinite, right? That's not AI doesn't fall under that category. And they say, can AI become consciousness? Consciousness doesn't even come from this physical realm. Consciousness does not originate in this physical realm. predates this physical realms. AI cannot become something for it cannot go into a dimension for which it is not derived from.
Exactly.
You see
Like,
what
how? Come on now. Like, and that's what people gotta understand. So you see how everybody think that artificial intelligence is this hot thing. Now imagine if you was able to tap into your power, the same way you think artificial intelligence is. That's literally higher than that though. But that's literally where you can be at
I'm saying?
mentally.
We
Just
gotta
because it has human understanding doesn't mean it can access the same capabilities we can.
Exactly.
but
Like,
he's right about the institutions. And I don't know if you were here earlier, John. I was like, it takes a village, it takes a community, hell, a nation to be able to cultivate those X-Men, superhero type of experiences or accomplishments, because you just have more people. Like, it's like, okay, the United States focuses on military power, it focuses on money. Imagine you don't even need a whole nation, but imagine a community institution of people focused on metaphysics, focused on optimizing the human. Is one thing on the healing part in the herbs. That's just for optimal health and wellness, right? The divination is a whole nother aspect to it, which was and still is an actual science, right? They try to write off our spiritual practices like it's just like calling it magic. It was a science,
hey, bro,
right?
literally, we have an institution for that in my tribe as well. So we got a medical institution. We got a cosmology institution as well. So this is literally a science, literally, like to the point where we could predict what children we want to have and all of that. Our ancestors was very,
Yep.
very advanced. So I know y'all read a lot about the Kemet society, but I want y'all to read about the ancient American society, the She civilization, bro. Read about the She civilization in ancient Mesoamerican, bro. It's gonna blow your mind, bro. Like the stuff they was doing is off the wall, bro. Like I'm not even, bro.
Civilization.
They
Hey, bro,
created the first pyramids. You
can
you
you
they
reply to the case?
If you could drop us some books about that information, I appreciate it.
okay,
Uh,
okay.
yeah. If you back channel me, Ja, because
Yeah,
it's
I'm a back channel you.
very rare for me to hear about accurate ancient American culture. So if you could be, I'm gonna end up DMing you because
Yeah, we're gonna tap in, bro.
Yeah, I
I
just
it's
followed you too,
so
bro.
much on ancient Kemet, but it's not really a lot on ancient America. That's why I don't speak on ancient America like that, because it's hard for me to. If I haven't read about it yet, I can't really speak
Yeah,
on it.
we got all the teeth for everything we was building over here. And the divination system is the main reason why I even mentioned that. Because the divination system is crazy, bro.
Man,
Like I'm talking about,
Before you continue, brother, can you answer the case? She said, what would it take to build that institution?
she said, what would it take to build that institution?
Yeah,
What
Collective, like
institution?
just everyone,
the
everyone on
for all of us
the
to
same level and
you know
collectively
I
click.
want.
think right now,
The,
first we trying to
the,
find a community. People are
yeah,
trying to.
look,
Yeah, that's the one thing I
the,
can say about Black people that we still lacking in. Is we don't have organization.
We don't even have a
they're
country
We
built.
behind
have a
us.
lot of
Hey, bro.
ideas and we
Hey,
have a
bro,
lot of
it's
things that
built.
could be changed, but we don't be organized enough.
Yeah, look, it's built already. We got the institutions. I told you, my tribe got institutions. We got our own medical association. We got our own jurisdiction. We got our own.
Where
We
where are you
just got
based?
our
Where are
own.
y'all based?
We based all. We got jurisdictions all over the country. All damn near all 50
Yeah,
states. We got
I'm gonna
jurisdictions.
tap in with them after this. So
Yeah,
people
and
ask me
but we
questions. Yeah, go ahead.
our headquarters is in Atlanta, and we got our own tribal township in California, or whatever the case may be. Our own tribal
What's up?
township
I'm
is
a
everything is
Marietta,
ran
bro.
by us. Huh? What you say?
What's up? I'm a Marietta.
Oh, you in Marietta? Oh, I. Oh, damn, I'm in Cobb too. I'm in Cobb County too. Oh yeah, let's lock in. We got a farm out here too. If you
Well,
try to
damn, I'm
rock with
in
the farm
Maryland.
with us.
Y'all ain't that far.
Oh no. We got a jurisdiction, and actually my people's. I'll link you with my tribal members in Maryland. They going crazy. They
Say
going
less.
crazy over there, bro.
Do
They're
that.
going, bro. They doing their thing over there, bro. Like in
Definitely, bro.
Baltimore. Like it's by Baltimore. You by Baltimore?
Yeah, I'm in Baltimore.
Okay, yeah, yeah. They in Baltimore, so they got a jurisdiction in Baltimore. They going crazy over there. Like they got their own. Because what we do is, we got something called bioscanners. So what the bioscan does is we put the bioscan on your pointer finger, your index finger, and it could read everything that's wrong with you on all the systems of the body
God damn.
in
Damn.
1 minute. In
God
1 minute, bro.
Hey,
In
look,
one
hold on.
minute, bro.
Yeah. When you
they
hop
got
off,
one of the
I
machines,
nature
bro. They
need
know
got one
all
of the
all that. I
machines
need
out there.
all that.
yeah,
Yeah,
nature.
they got one of the machines. Yo, when you link with them, like, yo, tell them to do that for you, bro. Too. You hear me?
Cause listen,
When you
cause look, brother, I'm gonna tell you now. Listen to me. I'd have been through the worst possible. Look, I'd have been shot. I've been stabbed twice. My skull cracked. My elbow cracked. My shin was broke. Brother, I'd have been through hell and back quite literally. I look. That scanner brought this.
Yo, as soon as you meet with them, be like, yo, bro, Josh said you got the scanner. Woo, woo, woo. Let me. They gonna do it,
What?
bro. That shit
bro,
gonna blow your mind, bro.
I
It's
stopped
gonna
at
blow your
all that, bro.
mind.
I want to
So,
see
so
all that, bro.
yeah. So when we heal people, you come to us. We gonna tell you everything wrong with you. Then you just gotta fix it. It's scary. Look, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm gonna be real with y'all. That shit's scary because it's literally gonna tell you everything that's wrong with you. You feel me? So that shit is like, it's a mirror in front of you, bro. It's like, oh shit,
Bro, I'm gonna pop the
damn.
scared creep the shit out of me, bro.
I already
But
knew
once you know,
my liver. I was able to just read a book and know I had disease liver, probably heart, prostate.
yeah,
That's just from reading a book. You know what I'm saying? I'm reading it, and it shows you the
So, and
eye.
I got some
Yeah, it shows you the eye and what's and what
got
like
some really good books too
patient
for that.
on. And I'm like,
That will
oh,
teach you the spiritual aspect.
Gotta pay attention to your story.
still, oh yeah, facts, facts.
It was this man that used to it was this Caucasian man that used to pay heavy, like he was deep into it for real, and like he used to study around every other country and his country as well. America has the unhealthiest stool because most of our foods and things that we eat are banned in other countries. Like even your candy, like Rice Krispie treats have pork in it. Any gelatin based food has pork in it. Like so, even if you don't eat pork and you do try to eat some candy, you don't know what you eat. Your food got GMO. It got it got what is it? Things they clean pools with um battery acid in it.
Right.
It's like what, like, bro, like like we the unhealthiest people, bro. Obesity. We are the only country that obesity is normalized, like is glorified. Like that is a thing.
facts.
Like look at
They
go you go to other
talk about
countries.
that when they said that they have certain things in foods and they're like, oh, the FDA says just only certain amounts could be in it. But if you have a certain amount in every single product that you're eating, you're overeating whatever they're approving. So by the time you at the end of the day, you didn't consume 20 times
Hmm.
what they recommend you should intake. What you shouldn't be intaking at all, but they FDA approved it.
Did you know that the unk represented the circle of Willis in the brain?
The thing I just
I did not know
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Wow.
your shit get deep, bro. Yep,
All of
this shit
our
get deep.
symbolism representing aspects of the human body
Exactly, bro.
and
Like
there's a book that
facts.
goes over that a little bit. Wounded Womb by Phil Valentine, where even the pyramids have overlying concepts of the woman's womb and the man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, both human beings' spine, right? Like the Jed pillar. But it's just, man, our metaphors and symbolism is so deep.
So you're into comedic right? I think I'm saying that wrong, but
Yeah. So what I
so
practice is a Ra'u Nefer Man. If you know who that is, Ra'u Nefer Man, a black man who went over to Africa. However, he gathered the science. He created his own society or culture or organization based in not only Kemetic philosophy, but he also brought together ancient black because he taught you how India was originally black African people, how the Canaanites were originally black African people, and then use the syncretize, combine concepts of ancient India, like their meditation, with philosophies of Kemet, so that you have your own spiritual system that you can use, especially like a Black American, somebody who might be disconnected from like let's just say someone like Ja, who has his own thing going on. Some people don't have that access, so you can read these books and you can use your own oracle to be able to speak to the natures or the aspects of your spirit, right? Because a lot of us are just don't have that connection. So, and I can tell you, bro, and doing the divination on my own, the shit is so accurate. But you have to be a student at this. You have to learn. I'm not. It really is a daily practice, but and still transitioning from like that 9 to 5 mentality, like it's still unlearning and relearning. I'm transitioning into this culture where it's an actual lifestyle. I'm supposed to take a shower, spread out a white cloth, and then do the prayer, and then I do the divination. So it's that specific in terms of being practical on how you're doing things. Everything that we do has a reason for it and a scientific basis for why we're doing it. You see what I'm saying? So it's very practical.
It goes back to that tribal and ritualistic mindset for sure.
So my
Like,
point of asking that was because in my research, because I am on a journey and I'm still taking in I'm taking in a lot of information. My brain hasn't started hurting yet. So I'm
Hmm.
gonna keep going until it starts hurting. Um,
I,
so
oh, my bad.
That's
you
Go ahead.
right.
you good, you good. So it's like I'm Aquarius. So like knowledge is like I believe knowledge is definitely power to me. And like the more I know, I feel like it may sound weird to most people, but I feel like there shouldn't be a conversation I shouldn't be able to chime in on.
That's not weird. Nah, that should be a conversation or anything that you couldn't understand. Okay, I'm a I'm,
Yes.
I'm an Aquarius moon, so I
Okay, so yeah, I was my birthday was January 25th. I was born on a Thursday at what
and you got a
3:45 in the morning.
7 in your chart in your numerology as well. I don't know if you study Pythagorean.
My life number is 6. My numbers are 969.
But you said you were born on January 25th, right?
Uh-huh.
So in the numerology system that I study, the fact that you were born on the 25th is a 7. That 7 affects your life. That you carry the energy of a 7. But
Hmm.
that's the system that I study. You see what I'm saying? There's different systems out there.
My gift number was 7.
Okay. Okay.
we
My
learn how to
soul,
heal. You can heal someone based off what y'all talking about right now, bruh. Do you see this?
Wow.
that's crazy.
Wow. Because certain
Oh,
Where
numerals
hey
you
yo,
find that
Jihad,
book at?
show that for September.
You said
based
September.
on your numerology, you're prone to certain diseases. Yep.
Exactly. You're prone based on the
Where are you
time you was
able to
born.
find this book?
Well, you got to this a part of our course. You got to actually take our course to get this book.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
need to
I
check
got
some
other
stuff
books. I
out.
got other books y'all could get though. But this is specifically like coursework or whatever the case may be.
So where's the course?
And you got to
It's on our website. You
Netter
could
Neb Jarrell
DM with me. I mean
Netter
DM
Neb
me. I'm gonna tap you on.
Netter
You
Neb.
said go to what? You said go to what zodiac sign? You said September. Somebody said
September.
September, right?
She just says September.
Okay. Here we go.
A Netter Neb Jarrell Atum Reye Harar. You got to understand there's people who have this information outside of the teachers that you
Can
have had.
you pull it down just to like the 23rd, bro?
23rd. That's your birthday?
Hepta-
Epic Duck. Your birthday the 23rd? Hello?
She reading.
Because my birthday the 24th. That's crazy. If that's our birthday. My birthday September 24th.
Oh, that's alignment, bro.
Yeah,
That's
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 crazy.
that's alignment for sure.
Hey,
And
I
for us
know
to be
Word
like
up.
30 minutes away from each other, that's alignment.
Word.
I know I'm
Definitely,
meant for
most
this
definitely.
job because I got the same birthday as Dr. Sabi. So
Oh,
uh,
word? Oh, yeah. Yes, bro.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
oh
this
yeah, definitely.
it's
Yeah.
my calling. Um,
There's definitely I always tell people like find a celebrity that you got the same birthday with and
mhm.
see what they do to try to really align yourself with your purpose. So yeah, bro, you got it, bro. Like you
Yeah,
got the same. It's up, bro. Like yo,
yeah.
you gonna be a beast, bro. Like you gonna take this shit very far, bro. Like I already know. And then you see the king of club, queen of club. You see those things next to it.
hmm The card. It's the
So
yeah.
yeah, so the cards deal with your cosmology as well. So you got birth cards and then you got zodiac signs.
Mm-hmm.
And your birth cards is also based off your personality and things of that nature too. So you got the same birth card as Dr. Sabi. So you're gonna be a beast, bro. You're gonna be a crazy beast. My birth card is a king of hearts. So This
Oh,
deal
like
with yeah. So King of Heart basically deals with like I'm the father of relationships. I'm like the king of relationships, the king of hearts. So the king of families, the king of husbandry. That's the type of stuff that's in alignment with me. When your birthday?
November 26th. That's interesting. I
November
thought seven,
26th.
seven of hearts, but
You said you thought you was a seven of heart.
yeah.
Let me
Well,
see.
that was based on a different system, but we'll see what
Let
you
me
have.
see. You said November.
26. Yeah, go
Oh,
higher.
this is December. My fault.
Mm. Oh, there we go. Yep.
Seven of heart.
Yep.
Oh man, you hearts too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
At,
look, that's asthma, scarlet fever,
yeah. Phone call.
some other stuff.
Those
Hello.
are the diseases that you have a proclivity, a tendency toward.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
If you
Will
if
you
you
look
don't
at
if you don't get your stuff right, huh?
mine? It's March 31st.
March 31st. Yeah.
But this is the science that we need, y'all. This man. Um.
Yeah, bro. Chop it
I'm
up with me,
sorry,
bro. Cause
I missed my name.
Uh.
My shit cut out.
you
Uh.
said March or May. My fault.
March
March.
31st.
March 31st. Oh, you the first polarity. You the first sign, right? Your
Yeah.
zodiac sign is the first sign.
Yeah, she Aries. I can tell.
Yep. Yeah, that's the first
Yeah.
sign. That's the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
All right.
Eyeballs.
Yeah, I
I,
enjoy being first in everything and all things. And that's
Yeah,
I
very
just okay.
damn, bro. You gonna be more, but because my reading says law. So I'm how good I am at health. I'm 10 times better at law. Like that's what I do. So I'm a tribal lawyer as well. So I'm a tribal doctor and a tribal lawyer.
Mm.
But like law is where I'm a beast at, bro. Like I'm a beast at law. That's my reading. So you probably gonna be more. Yeah, bro. Damn, I can only imagine, bro.
Bro,
You
I
take this
almost
serious, bro.
yeah,
Bro,
no.
I'm telling you, bro. If you take this serious, bro, like you gonna be a beast, bro. You gonna
No,
be a beast for real, bro.
we're gonna definitely
wait.
take but like once I was like, yo, that's crazy having the same birthdays. Um
Yeah,
I have a
like
question.
yeah. What's up?
I had a question, right? So, do y'all pray or like not pray, but who do you like if you were to pray or like if you're meditating to like talk to someone who like what do you call them? Like
The sun. Well, us we meditate to the sun. So, and the reason why we meditate to the sun because that's a real life living being ancestor. Planets are living people. You know what I'm saying? Living beings. The Earth is a living being. All of these things are living beings, and we all share the same elements as them. So what we do is it's not we don't worship the sun, but we pray based off the sun and the Earth's electromagnetic field. So when the sun is like I said, I don't know if you was here when I said that, but I said we meditate when the sun rise. And that's basically you can meditate for all the things that you want in your life, right? You can manifest them because when the sun rises, it has an electrical charge to the earth. And in that electrical charge, you can manifest things to reality, right? And then we meditate at 12 p.m. and that's for everything you want balance on in life. And then we meditate during sunset, and that's for everything you want out of your life. So we meditate with the sun, and that's how we work on our manifestation.
and what about you guys? What do y'all all kind of agree on the same things?
so I give thanks a lot. I'm consistently giving thanks to I'll say Amun. Sometimes I'll say the Great Mother, even though those are not necessarily synonymous. I will say the Most High, but due to my now my philosophical understanding, I understand that let's just say I say Amun, right? I understand that I'm ultimately in I'm truly talking to another aspect of myself, even though I don't have that same caliber and power, right? I'm not at that point. I'm more of like a child. I'm more of like a student. You see what I'm saying? But I've reversed it. It was always inseparable for us to be disconnected from source. It was not possible in the first place. I was only convinced that I was this entity or I was this being that was separate from source. Now that I know, just like they say in quantum physics, string theory, everything's connected. I know that I'm speaking to a version of myself that is existing on a dimension that I currently can't easily comprehend. You see what I'm saying? So it's more of like it's like almost like a parent. It's like a mother or a father. Like it feels more like that. You know, your mother and father is you. You are them. They are you. You see what I'm saying? Or more so, you are them. Right. So that's how I look at it now. Versus this being that I'm not. You know, I'm not like I don't have the right to have to be in the presence. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
an intimate relationship like that.
yeah, that's what I was. And what he was saying about the sun, like some people would correlate the sun with being Jesus, and when they say the sun as in SUNSON, they that's what they kind of equate him to being, and being the starter and generator of life itself, being the starting point of all life. And also the sun in itself representing love, and not saying I don't believe in the Jesus in the Bible, but that's just something I correlated just because that was my upbringing. So that's just putting a name to a vibration. So a lot of people do correlate the sun with being the sun. So that's been my trouble, not really a trouble, but trying to figure out exactly what I would like to say or call upon. And I kind of touched on that with you the last live I was on with you about how instead of saying Jesus nowadays, I've decided to say Most High, just to get even the best of Jesus, of who I would call Jesus, like even getting the best of him, because all entities will have, a lower vibrational side and a higher vibrational side. No matter how high it is, it would still have a lower side to it and being an entity. So calling upon the highest vibration within that higher entity would be what I've come to the conclusion of being the best option for me.
Let me can I add to that if you don't mind me?
Yeah, sure.
Um, what the brother said, he said he knows that the thing that he's calling on is really himself, right? And that's very, very, very important because who you should call on is yourself. You should believe in yourself. You know what I'm saying? Anything that you want in life, you can make it happen. You have the power. We are the descendants of the Creator, which means that we are literally the descendants of the Creator, which means everything that the Creator can do, He put in us to do. So, calling on yourself, you know what I'm saying, is definitely a route I think you should take because that in itself is going to bring you power because now your fate is not in the hands of nobody but you. And whatever you want to happen, you can either make it happen. So if you fail, it's your fault. If you succeed, it's your fault. Once we are operating life with that responsibility, that's why when people say peace God and people call people God, God doesn't mean that you're this supreme person and you could just rule everybody. No, God means you got one hell of a responsibility. That's what being God means. You
Yeah,
got a responsibility to control every aspect of your life. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to just give you that little wisdom.
Yeah,
you're held
and doing
accountable.
that,
You're held accountable for your damnation and your salvation. You
Definitely
ultimately
agree.
are like it is
Right.
it is the largest
Exactly.
amount of self accountability that you can have that you have whether you believe it or not. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. Like whether like it really is up to you at the end of the day. But let's just say, if this is you, the front of the book, you exist on multiple different planes of dimension, multiple densities, right? You're not just a physical body. A part of you is in the cosmos. A part of you is not in this physical realm, whether you want to say the cosmos, quantum reality. If it helps to be able to look at yourself as like a multiple layered being, you know what I'm saying? You're not calling on your eyeball. You're not necessarily calling on your fingers, but you're more so calling on an aspect of you that is much more aware, much more profound, and it's still part of you. But if that helps you conceptualize it, right? But again, that stream, your soul, your consciousness, the spirit is connected to that, never disconnected, right? But you are just remembering how to climb up that aspect of who you are. You're remembering how to rely on the depths of who you are. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
It's a
that's
lot.
also why I decided to go with saying Most High, because even if it's me calling no matter if I'm talking about myself or what people might conceive as being a actual being, Most High to me is going to be whoever that is. So if it's going to be myself, I'm calling upon myself by saying Most High. If I am the Most High, even if I'm calling upon the part of
I like
myself that
Most
is the
High.
Most High. So I
I
think
like Most High. Yep.
So I think
That
Most High is
perspective is
a
so
really
complex.
good
One
way to
thing
call upon
I would say
the better
is,
version of yourself, or even or whatever entity that you know would like to call upon. So even it includes myself, it includes the principles I believe in. So Most High has been the thing I've pretty much stuck with now.
Mhm.
Black Fair, you was about to say something?
I have some similar principles as to how I practice. Yeah. I, the only difference that I would say is that um I focus me personally on ancestor, vindication and
Like the news Uber.
you know the cleansing of the bloodline, because I
Yeah.
do believe that
All
our
right.
DNA plays a huge part of who we are, and
Literally.
it also has to do a lot with some of the patterns that we'll experience in this lifetime. And so I feel like it's important to, before you acknowledge anything else, to acknowledge your highest self, of course, but to also acknowledge the generations before you, because it allows you to understand where the mistakes are being made. It allows you to understand, like, the perspective of the things that you should carry on and the things that you should not. It's one of those things where, the Africans call it Sankofa, you know what I'm saying? Where, the next generation must be better than the last. So that's kind of how I try to model my principalities for spirituality based off of, yes, I am a goddess. Yes, the deities or the things that I work with are of equal to my essence, my spiritual being. But at the same time, I also have to recognize that I could be carrying things generationally that don't necessarily resonate with me as a person. And I have to acknowledge those things for healing, for not only myself, but the next generation.
Yeah,
And when I was talking about when we were talking about DNA, when you said DNA, and that's what make us gods as well, is our DNA, because we are literally the descendants of the creator. Period. So the creator's DNA is inside of us. Point blank
True,
period.
baby.
Like,
yeah. Even when I talk about I do believe I've had like what you were talking about earlier, and taking responsibility and manifesting things for yourself. I've had experiences. Like, first of all, I do believe that Jesus in itself is an entity, whether that's the one that's in the Bible or not. People have collectively manifested certain beings. So I do believe to a certain point, everybody's religions are real, because us as collective people,
So
not
true.
the whole collective, but even just certain collectives of people, they have a mass collective of people who believe in Jesus. So I do believe these certain entities have manifested and do have whole power based on our beliefs in them and the power that we give them. So I have had interactions with Jesus as the entity, but and my interactions with him has been sort of him not liking when I praise him or thanking him too much, like he and again, this is just
wow.
my experiences. And when people say I asked God to make me stronger. I asked Jesus to make me stronger, and He gave me battles. Like, that's kind of like what I got from Him. I really don't think
Ooh,
that
can I
He makes
speak on
people.
that?
Well, one
Go
second.
ahead, but
Wait one
yeah.
second if I finish. Like, I've had Like when they say that you asked him for to make you stronger, and he gave you battles. You're not supposed to ask him for help. I really don't think he even likes people that much, because to me, Jesus is the essence of love and has manifested as such. So it's kind of like someone who is only made of high vibrational things trying to figure out why people do the things that they do, why they make the choices they make, why they do the low vibrational things that they do, and just not being able to conceive it or conceptualize or understand why they would do the things that they do. So for me, I don't think he likes people that much, but I do think that he loves us, of course, but liking us and
Yeah, I
wanting to
think it's
deal with
more
us.
so what Nine Ether Goddess is saying. Anything you give attention to, you give power. And so I believe that
Well, one second.
Jesus itself as an entity has been created based off of just exactly that. You know what I'm saying? Just like, when people say my anxiety or my depression or my this or that, they're acknowledging that this disease or dysfunction belongs to them. But that doesn't mean, you know, that it's something to be acknowledged or praised. But it has become an entity. It has become bigger than itself because of the power that you give it. So
Yeah.
I don't look at Jesus as a perspective of something that is actually real. I look at it as symbolism.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And if you go back to Kemetic history, you will see
Yeah. And
he's not. He's
you'll see that,
me too.
even Jesus is symbolic,
Yeah,
for the sun.
yeah, and exactly what you're saying. Like he and me too. He's not a real thing at all. And actually, I think that us praising Jesus is the reason why. This is crazy. This is next level shit. So pay attention. I think us praising Jesus is the reason why we have a Messiah complex, and it's also the reason why they kill all of our leaders. It's literally a ritual. Jesus is a ritual. They
Damn.
kill all of our leaders. They kill all of our leaders because we are all as one in sync, believing that this dude is going to come back. So we're manifesting the slaughtering of our leaders like they've slaughtered Jesus. It's
Damn.
crazy. Crazy, bro.
I,
yeah, that's why I was saying like just
One
but
my
hundred
I
percent
believe
true, brother. Yeah, you're absolutely
I,
right.
just my
I
interactions with him, I've had
as an
heard.
egregore.
I can't hear you, bro. What you say?
I was saying I do believe Sun Certified is telling is no, I do believe that she is that she has experience talking to an egregore, and in the occult an egregore is an entity that is consciousness, but it is birthed out of thoughts alone, meaning once the thoughts stop giving it energy, it will no longer exist. That's why you're saying it's not technically real, because if, let's just say, a thousand years pass, nobody's thinking about Jesus, that egregore will no longer exist. It won't have the energy to manifest as a astral being. You see what I'm
But
saying?
if you thinking like that, does that mean that we don't really exist because we only exist because
That
we as
starts
a
tomorrow.
collective,
So
because we
we
as a collective believe that we exist and that we.
well, so we are beyond. See, and this is why our philosophy and our science is important. You are not your thoughts, right? Your thoughts come and go independently. Notice, if you hold your breath for an extended amount of time, you will stop thinking. Does that mean you are dead? Does that mean you no longer exist? No. So, and if you also notice your thoughts, you can have someone else's thoughts. You can be thinking your mom's thoughts. Your dad could have said something to you when you were younger, and that thought could cycle and manifest in your life. In essence, you are not thoughts. Consciousness is not thoughts,
But
right?
what I'm talking about is being like, if we are saying that these things are only real because they have an observer, do you or do you not believe that there is someone also observing us and making us real?
We,
We
yeah,
we're manifested into, like, we know we exist. This is a manifestation. For example, when you have a child, that child isn't completely conscious of its existence, but it exists. You feel what I'm saying? Even though it's not completely conscious of it existing, it exists. You know what I'm saying?
Saying
And
so
and
Jesus
we
himself
don't
would be
you don't need
someone who
a
exists because of the observer. Just like
No, 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 no. There's no observation of him though. There's no observe. Like, I can observe you. I can observe us on the live. No one has observed him.
how do you
It's
know that?
more of
You
a.
know,
It's
they
more of
have
a.
people who say that they have seen him, they have seen forms of him. They are
Also on another level, Sonny, though.
This is why I called it an egregore. So you can go into a deep state of meditation. You
Uh,
can
on
deep meditation and feel
right,
like
right.
and go into a higher let's just say you go into an altered state of consciousness when you and this is why we mapped out consciousness. This is why we mapped out multiple dimensions so that we understand what beings, what entities, what deities are we experiencing. Are we experiencing a spirit? Are we experiencing an ancestor? Are we experiencing a form? Okay, a thought form is something that the human mind created, meaning when enough human minds stop paying it attention, it will poof and no longer be there. And his name wasn't even Jesus, right? It was Yeshua, if anything, right? So that's even more reason why this thought form, which can talk to you, it can do everything that you think that a real conscious entity can do. This thought form at one point in time did not exist. But because you have a soul, right? Because you have a soul, that means you have always existed. You are that's what they call a primordial essence. You see what I'm saying? A primordial, meaning you existed before this thought of Jesus existed. You see
yeah,
that?
understand that point. And the point of what, let me tell you what the point of what I'm saying is. The point of what I'm saying is that to me, anything can be as real as we are given the thought power to be able to exist. As an observer, as the universe observes us and has created us, and we have manifested as human beings, as souls are, even if we can say our souls are the observers and have manifested us in these physical bodies, something has observed us and made us real. So how is are these entities any less real than we are?
I'm
So
gonna
it,
tell you why they less
He's
real.
an,
Let me hold. Can I
just an observer.
But at the
look?
same token,
The reason why they look.
our
The reason
higher
why they
selves,
less real.
we've observed ourselves.
Look. The reason why, look, the reason why they're less real. I'm gonna tell you why they're less real. Because those entities that people are doing whatever they're doing to, those entities are not doing anything about our enslavement and have never did anything about our enslavement. And the only way we get past our enslavement is if we do something. Period.
I didn't say
Those no,
that's I didn't say
that's the difference between them and us. Those things are not doing anything to contribute to what we got going on. The only
you
thing
don't
that's
think
happening is
that the spiritual realm helps us in any
no,
way?
Jesus specifically doesn't. The reason why we were given the name Jesus is because they knew it didn't have any power. The Haitian Revolution, they used voodoo to assist in their revolution, right? Voodoo does not involve Jesus. Okay, and this is why we got to understand the different metaphysical realm, the metaphysical realm, because a deity is ultimately you in a different density. It's still you. A deity is a primordial essence. It's a part of you, but it's at a distance. Tahuti is a part of you at a distance. Ma'at is a part of you at a distance. Ra is a part of you at a distance that you can't currently understand. Christ or Jesus was never truly. Jesus came after all that. Jesus was created out of the human mind. Therefore, Jesus can no longer exist as soon as enough human beings stop thinking about it. That's
Okay,
not.
what if our souls agree not to have the earth exist anymore, or to have a physical realm to
Then it
manifest?
would.
it's still going to no. If our souls do that collectively, it's still going to exist. That's nature. We are the essence of nature. We are not nature. We're the essence of nature. Nature
Are you
can
talking about
never be
souls, or are
destroyed.
you talking about our human selves?
You said what?
Are you
Am I
talking
talking
about
about?
souls or our human selves?
I'm talking about I'm talking about every aspect of life, human selves, the cosmos. The difference between Jesus and the sun is that every day you can see the sun, but not only can you see the sun, you can feel it, right? This is you can witness the sun. You
I
can
felt
witness the
Jesus.
look,
I
listen, listen,
felt his
listen.
presence in his
Listen,
soul. Not his soul,
Listen,
but his essence.
I mean, look, I'm not really too big on. I'm gonna just make my points. I'm not really too big on trying to make a person that's religious minded not religious minded. You feel what I'm saying? I don't like going down that whole rabbit hole. But I'm just going to speak on certain things or whatever the case may be, and you could believe what you want, and that's cool or whatever the case may be. I'm not really trying to convince you otherwise. I'm just saying the difference between that deity versus what we're speaking about when we're speaking about the cosmos, when we're speaking about these systems, like he said, the Haitian Revolution, when they pull from culture to make it happen, we
Mm-hmm.
are pulling from things that actually mean something, and these things were created based off the cosmos. For example, the pyramid. The pyramid, if you notice, the pyramids were created to balance out the Earth's
Back.
magnetic shift. That's why they were created. That's why you have the prime meridian. See, when we do science, I mean when we do history and science, all of these go hand in hand. When we do this, we start to understand why did our ancestors do this and why can't we do it today? So that means that we actually devolved as people. Let's keep it real. We
I bet.
yeah, we devolved as people because we had answers for all
And
of
then
these
you
things that
gotta
we
go
no
back
longer
into
have
the,
answers
the,
for.
the part of us being observers. If we're truly if we're truly talking about everything, that we put focus on to create existence, then we are the natural God because we have control over every single thing that we do. We have control over every single thought that we have. It's been several situations in our lives to where we were able to redirect the thought process.
And,
Whew.
and also
The,
too.
But
the,
that's not. I don't think
You
y'all
know
let
what
me
I'm
let me just
saying?
say this.
understanding.
When it
I'm gonna
comes
say
to
this
that
one
particular
definition.
being, that
You
entity, it can't do that. It only is
look.
made for a certain set of functions.
A god is just a supreme being. We are the supreme being on this realm. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and this is where it becomes more about the science, right? When it comes to the world of divination, when it comes to the world of speaking and interacting with entities, in the sense, but it's still happening within inside the human body, ultimately. But the human body exists on different dimensions. The Jesus figure does not exist above the fourth dimension. When you were feeling and interacting with Jesus, you were interacting with a thought form that exists in the astral realm. It does not exist on a higher dimension. If you were to be efficient in your astral realm, you would observe that you might see Jesus on the fourth dimension, but you won't see Jesus in anything higher than the fourth dimension because Jesus was created out of thought form. You see what I'm saying? But the other deities, which are primordial beings, the same category as you and I, the other deities actually exist on higher dimensions. Christ does not. If you or I, if we were
What
speaking to
primordial beings are you talking about?
a primordial being means you come from God. You come from source. You have a soul. Primordial means before physical creation, right? You technically existed before physical creation because you have a soul, right? If you don't have a soul, you are not primordial, right? Jesus would not be primordial because Jesus would be a created soul. Now,
Dynamic
the man,
concept.
did the man Yeshua probably exist? Yes, but here's the thing: in places like Kemet and like he said, she civilization, we were creating hundreds and thousands of Christ figures. It was so normal for us to be tapped into these sciences. Someone like Jesus would have been a normal priest. It
Exactly, because we
because
all
we are
are was operating the same exact way. It
yeah,
wasn't this one person
right.
operating higher than everyone else.
Yeah,
No, we
I'm not saying. I don't think y'all are getting my with. I think we're
but
getting a little off
what we're
track than
saying,
to what
what
I was saying. What I'm saying is,
we're like he didn't exist prior to 25 2200 years ago. He didn't
so you
exist.
believe that there's chronological order in us as beings and in the universe? You think there's a
Absolutely.
chronological and time order?
Caucasian
yes,
you do Caucasian people, they did
yes,
not exist at one point in time. They were not part of this reality. They were
yes. They're new
For
to this
everything.
planet.
So
at
absolutely.
yes, that is how the world works. Like the truth is not
But
about
you don't believe time is a 4D a
We
man-made
don't
concept, a
believe.
4D
We don't
man-made
have to
concept?
believe. We don't have to believe at all. That's why we were speaking about belief earlier. We don't have to believe. There's ways you can figure out to know. You don't have to believe anymore. We're in the age of Aquarius. Belief was in the age of Pisces.
Okay, so
We're out of that age.
do you know that that time is an actual instance? You believe that time is an actual
Yes,
physical thing?
yes, time does exist. This is how we measure things. Yes, that's
in
the
this
manifestation of it. Yes, it
Well,
exists.
I don't personally believe in time. I think everything there is only now.
okay,
That's
and
not
that's
something
fine.
that you don't believe in. That's
That's
not
fine.
something
Even if you say
you believe in.
even if you say there's only now, the Jesus figure, if you were to able to access a higher dimension, you would be able to observe, like other occultists, metaphysicians, practitioners have observed, that Jesus does not exist above a thought form. He does not exist as a entity that is on the higher dimensions. And it's because those higher dimensions, the higher you go, the closer it is to source, right? The fact that he only exists on the fourth dimension is a thought form creation. If you say
So
I'm
you don't believe that we in
Hold
ourselves
on.
are also thought form
No,
creation?
hold on. No, 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 no.
But
Listen, listen,
my
listen,
point.
listen, listen. This
Well,
what you
wait
got
one
to
second. Wait
understand.
one
Hold on.
second. Let me
Oh,
say
hold on.
this.
Wait. I want to build.
Say this real quick.
I want to
Just
say something about Tom. I don't want you. Don't go off that topic of Tom, please. Go ahead. I don't go off the topic of Tom because I got something to say about that. Go ahead.
and this is why
My point is just like you're saying that Jesus is a thought form. My beliefs is that we are also thought forms, and that we are all we were created from thoughts and from an observer thinking about us, and that we are being observed, and that is how we are consciously created.
and that's a great belief. See, in my belief, or let's just say in my philosophy, we are part of source. Source didn't have to think of us. Source is us, right?
So that's instantaneous. That's what you're talking about is something instantaneous. The source being us
Look, I
and us
want you.
being the source is something that is instantaneous. If
I,
you don't believe, wait one second. If you don't believe that source was here first and then he created us, and if you believe that it is instantaneous and that we are all in the same, that is the same thing I am saying is that it is all instantaneous. It's
and
not
what
a
I'm saying. Look.
order
This is
of,
what I'm saying.
oh, the universe was here first and then we were created.
let
You're
me. Okay.
saying
Let me.
that wait one second. You're saying that that he he did not create us. We are instantaneously here with him, right?
Let me say something. Y'all, you'll finish building on that, but let me say something. And this is why we deal with the cosmos, and that's why I say we have to ground ourselves in reality. When we like, I know it's a whole wave of spiritual 4D, 5D consciousness that's going on. That's cool. That's understandable, but we have to ground ourselves as well in reality because when you tread in that fence, you could start believing in delusional things, right? So, and I'm not saying no one on the stage is, but I just want people to understand that you have to ground yourself when you're learning a lot of things, or you can be believing in delusions and you'll never be able to properly manifest anything that you
Well,
want in your
how
life.
can you
So
believe in delusion?
I'm about to explain to you because, for example, time is the measurement of the sun revolving around the earth. This is how we get seasons, right? This is why seasons change, right? This is why all of these things happen. This is due to time. So I'm saying that to say that we have to understand that time definitely exists. It's a real thing that does exist. Now we can say that noun is the only thing that matter. And yes, the yesterday was in the past or whatever the case may be, which is just a figment of thought. And the future can be manifested into our reality, but these are both aspects of time. And when you know that, this is how you can get over things in your past and manifest things into your future. You have to be cognizant that this is an actual thing. Time is an actual thing, though.
But people keep
We're not
thinking
gonna
that
say
a past
time
can view their
doesn't
future
exist.
instantaneously. In
That's
order
what the
for time
prime
to exist,
meridian
it
is
would have
for.
to be a
But this
permanent thing.
certified. This is why we got to also back things up by facts, because the left brain doesn't perceive a now, right? It only perceives in sequential thinking. That means past, present, future. The left side of your brain only can perceive reality in past, present, future. The right side of the brain is timeless. It perceives time as in a now. So both of those things are true. When you say time doesn't exist, you are ignoring the facts of how the human brain works, which is problematic, right? Because our ancestors were fundamentally based in material science.
Well,
Fundamentally.
let me
Exactly. The
remake my
prime
statement.
meridians,
I
the
won't
prime
say that
meridians
time
is
isn't
how the
real, but I
pyramids
will
were
say that it's
made.
easily changeable.
No,
We
it's
can
not easily
easily
changed.
go. We
This is
can
not
easily change our past, and we can easily change our
right.
future, and that comes with manifestation.
But
Let's change something like
are
this.
you are you saying you're changing how the human brain works? You're changing. You said God
You
created.
can't change time. You can change. You can change.
You
Though.
can change
You can.
anything. You think
You
there is
can.
limits to the
You
Okay.
can.
things that we
So,
can
You can
manifest and change?
but certified. This is what we're gonna do because I see that it's we're not trying to just like do this, but with the concepts that our ancestors had. And when it comes to sourcing our power, we have never sourced Jesus as our power. We never the only that chronologically started approximately after we started getting subjugated or influenced by Caucasian people. That is when we started thinking that there was a power in Christ. But we didn't do that before. This is just history. This has got nothing to do with beliefs. This ain't got nothing to do with feeling. This has to do with
Change
history
the warming.
that for hundreds and thousands of years, right? Even if you want to keep it in a more practical sense, for thousands of years, we created all types of inventions, all types of cultures and sciences on this planet, and not once did we source Jesus. That only started about 2,000 years ago, and the only reason it was embedded into our psyche was because of deception, raping, and pillaging. That's how that.
I didn't say anything about Jesus being real, like Jesus being who we should believe in or anything like that. This is why I keep saying we getting off track from what I was saying. What I was saying was is that all these concepts, all these things that people believe in are real just as we are real because in again the reason why I say this is because just like we need an observer and the universe is observing us and that is how we are here and we are conscious, there needs to be an observer
and
in order for things to
and
manifest.
that's not true. And what I'm trying to and what we're trying to get you to understand is that
Yeah, you.
nature doesn't care if you observe her or not. Nature is going to exist. Like, let me give you an example. That's like a person saying that the environment is nature. Most people believe that the environment, the trees, the air, that's nature. No, that's not nature. So this, you got to understand the mental enslavements that we've been put in. Nature is the thing that created all of those things. You feel what I'm saying? Nature is the essence of those things. You could destroy nature. You could burn down a tree. It will grow back because of nature. That's what nature is. So we can't lose the concept of nature and say
But
things only exist. Listen, we can't say
it would
things
not.
only exist because of an observer. Whether there was
Yes,
an
so
observer or not, things will exist. That is a
if we
part
were not
of
here to
nature.
observe the earth, it would not exist because no one would know it exists. It
No,
would
no,
not
no, no,
be
no. Nature, that's nature. That's nature being polite to design us to be able to design us to be able
Nobody
to
hears a
observe it.
tree fall in the
Yeah, but I'm about to.
forest. Then they
I think, certified. I think you would have to learn before you reject new concepts, right? You have to at least understand it to even reject it, or to even disagree. You would have to at least understand it. But I don't know if
I
you.
understand what he's saying. He's trying to say that you
I
don't
don't
need an observer, and my point is that we do.
listen.
We're having a friendly
These were
conversation. It's not
words.
like I'm
This,
trying to make you or convince you. I thought we were just talking about topics.
we are. But you wanted to stay on the Christ is just like is everything else, and that's just not it. I'm sorry, but you have to learn new concepts of what Jesus, what an egregore is, what thoughts are, what a soul is. You saying that we are just like the thought that Jesus is. That's not, it's just simply not true. And
So you don't believe that it can
it's not, but
a spirit that you have manifested
this
mentally can manifest into the
fact,
physical realm?
the fact that you keep saying belief tells me that you have not learned concepts which give you a knowledge foundation. And that's fine. If you didn't study how to build a car, I wouldn't expect you to regurgitate to me how the operations of a car works. If you don't study how thought manifestations work from the consciousness and the difference
So
between
you don't want to talk about what I'm talking about is what you're saying.
no,
No, no, he's trying to teach. He's
ex-
trying to explain to you that you don't even comprehend the conversation we're having.
What the fuck? What you mean I don't comprehend what you're saying?
Because
Just
you
because
keep
a different
saying
belief
believe.
have a
No, no, no,
different
no, 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 no,
philosophy
no,
does
no, 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 no. It's not about that. It's about
not
you. You keep saying I believe. You don't believe. We're not having a belief type of conversation. This is not a
no,
belief conversation.
what you believe is not concrete facts because you know it
But
and you
when
studied
you
it and you believe what you believe.
certify, you're arguing.
You are not the basis for what is true and what is not
But
true.
we're not saying we are the basis. What we're saying is we reconnected with the hundreds of thousands of black people known as our ancestors who created these sciences. You are basing your understanding off of something that is disconnected from the essence of black culture. Like that's like Jesus is not the Jesus that like that thought form.
Do you believe in manifestation? Like do
It's
you
a
know that is a thing?
experience. I've experienced manifestation that's very real, right?
But do you
But
believe that you can manifest things into
You
the
don't have
physical
to
reality?
believe it. Do it, and you'll
Oh
witness it.
my
And
gosh, y'all know what I mean. So stop
no, no, we
stop
no.
trying to
You
make it
have
into something
I
no.
don't
weird.
We're
Like you
not.
know
We
what I'm
don't
trying
know.
to
We
say.
no. We don't know what you're trying to say. You keep saying belief,
you're not
and
speaking
that is.
in a
Go
way that
ahead, bro.
you're not speaking in a way that you
Oh
like
my
you
goodness.
coming if you're coming to here like and this is why I said before you disagree with something, right? This is not just about because we're up here giving out information, having a great conversation, having great builds. For us to be able to build, you gotta be able to build and attach with us. But you're not really adding anything on when you're telling us what you think you know, but you have not
You're
learned.
not answering my questions. I said,
But
do you think that you can manifest things into a physical reality?
we haven't, of course, but we haven't, but you have not learned.
Okay, so if you can manifest something into the physical reality via thought process, if I can manifest money into my physical reality through my thought process, why can I not manifest Jesus through the
Because
mental
he doesn't.
You know,
Because he
manifestation
doesn't
process?
right?
exist. The only way you can manifest Jesus is if you were to have a child and name them Jesus. Then you
So
can
you don't believe
manifest them.
so you don't believe if enough people wanted to manifest us having mermaid tails, we wouldn't be able to do that. You don't believe that that's something that we can
You
do.
If
can't.
chronological,
You saying different things. Go ahead,
if
bro.
we all manifest a mermaid tail, that means the mermaid tail at one point in time did not exist, right? So therefore,
Exactly, just like Jesus
that
did not at one point exist, but you can manifest him
okay,
through
that
mass
And you will
that is
consciousness.
have to do something physical to do that afterwards. If you just say, I believe in Jesus in your head and you don't do anything to make him come into physical existence, he'll never be in physical existence.
But it is
He doesn't
possible.
even
I
exist.
can't. It's
No,
a possibility though.
it's
It's a
not possible.
possibility of
No, it's not. You
certified
can
manifesting him
have a
into
son
the
named
physical realm.
Jesus.
possible.
You could have a son named Jesus.
I'll say anything is possible, certified. I'll say anything is possible, but our culture, it was not based in any concept, any idea of Jesus or Christ. That's just not. We're talking about black culture. We're talking about black history, right? That's what we're
And
talking
y'all
about.
keep going on the subject of Jesus. I mean,
You brought
any
up
entity in itself.
you
No, I don't mean that Jesus is the one that we should believe in. He's real and he's all powerful and this and that. My point is that all these things are real and can become as real as we are. That's my point.
No, they can't. And I'm saying
How
no, they can't.
how do you not believe in
I'm
manifestation?
like, for example, let me give you an example.
The
Let me give you an
pure belief
example.
of
I'm about to
manifestation
give you
that
an
you can
analogy.
manifest into the
be
physical reality.
I'm about
human,
to
That
give
you
you an
can manifest
analogy.
good
I'm
or
about to
bad
give you an
things into the
analogy.
physical.
but
I'm about
certified.
to show you how.
A
Some people feel like they could manifest. Some people feel like, shout out to me too.
So
I
you feel like there
believe
are limitations to manifestation?
Of course,
yes, it's physics.
can
Yes,
a
that's what I'm saying.
So you
manifest
feel like we're limited to physics?
You said what?
You feel like we're limited to physics?
no,
I
there's
never said we're limited to physics. What I'm saying is if you trying to manifest something physically, then that's going to be limited to physics. So you're talking about manifesting Jesus physically. If you want to manifest Jesus physically, you have to do something physically to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and that's possible, right?
but
I can do something
certified.
physically to
It's
Where
it's
manifest him, can I not?
certified? Where
it's
in your
not going to be that dude. It's going to be a new. So, for example, that's like me. I'm gonna give you a good analogy. A lot of people say we need to praise the ancestors, praise the ancestors, praise the ancestors. You know what I tell people who say that? I say no. We actually need to praise our children, our offspring, because whatever happened with the ancestors, it happened already. We could take their blueprint. Like for example, when you study ancient America, they got some. Like I said, we evolved as human beings. So if you study all of that type of stuff, that can actually enhance your life. But the only people that's going to get us out of this, was what we going on now, is going to be the children we birth. The children we birth is what's going to change the world. The ancestors already did what they did to change the world. Now, whatever we bring forth is going to carry on that legacy for us. So, it's the same thing with what you're saying. It's the same thing with what you're saying about could we manifest, could we not manifest, and things of that nature. You can manifest things to a certain extent. You can't manifest past nature. Let me give you an example of what I mean by manifest past nature, right? You could believe in all your mind and your heart that a man that's dressed like a woman can have a child. He'll never be able to do that. You see what I'm saying? So you got to understand, you can't manifest everything. It has to
But
align with nature.
okay,
Recall,
that's
Got you.
fine. That's your beliefs. I don't believe that nature is set.
That's
certified.
not a belief.
But
That's
This is
not a
where
wait one
belief.
second, right?
this is
Can
where
you
we're
wait
going.
one second?
But this is where we're going to go separate ways because, like I said, you now you're just speaking just to be speaking out of ego, like you are.
No, I'm
Like,
not. If you will listen to
but,
what I'm
but no,
saying, can I
no,
can I say something and then you
listen.
can I'll be done with the
Certified,
conversation.
certified. We've listened, but now you're at the point where you're saying human beings can pop up into existence without coming through a mother's womb, right? How that doesn't have like there's certain laws that we have to understand. We have to learn. So if you don't want to learn about the laws of manifestation, right? I'm sure you understand that there are certain parameters. You can't if everybody just wanted to manifest every thought that they had, the world could be in a world of chaos.
I believe if
That it already is, but you're not being honest, you're not being sincere in following this conversation. Now you're
yes,
just
I am. If you would listen to what I'm
we have
saying,
listened. We're just going
if
to move
if
forward.
if I believe this is the last thing I'm
But
gonna say
you
about the conversation, right? I believe, just like you just said, I believe that you can make a child without coming out of a mother's womb. I believe that if us as a collective wanted to let men be able to have children, to grow uteruses and have children, we could manifest that. I believe that. I believe there are no limitations to the things that we can manifest and the realities that we can change. I don't think that there's a limit or a parameter to
limit
us and our
not
power.
law certified. A law is a laws of nature does not mean a limitation necessary. It's an instruction. It's something we follow. If you jump up, you come down. Is it possible to fly? Possibly, but until
I
you
believe that those laws can change though, and that's just a difference in opinion.
No, no, you can't. The laws of nature will never change. And by changing, and this is what we learn. And bro, I'm glad you taking the course with me, right? This is what we learn in the course. In order for you to stay disease free, you have to follow the laws of nature.
understand,
It's that simple. When you don't follow the laws of nature, that's how you become sick. That's how you become diseased. That's the manifestation of not following the laws of nature. Nature is designed for a specific reason. Period.
and if you really want to
So
increase your
you don't. So
if you
if somebody was sick and
I'm
they
if
only ate garbage,
you manifest
and you don't
study,
think that they could manifest good health even still, though that they eat
No,
food?
start studying if you want
cause and effect.
if you're really so into manifestation like that, study the laws so that you can do it. Study it because but don't just think just because you're a spiritual being, just because you have this information that you can manifest that human beings can we can do all like don't just believe. No.
So you don't think there are other realities where these laws that are in
But
this
now
reality don't exist?
you're giving us these examples for which you don't even you're just giving out theories now. You're just giving out theories. That's fine. That's great. I like theories. I hope I turn into a light being dragon one day, right? But until I understand what I'm doing, I'm not going to say what is and what is not without understanding you.
You watch Rick and Morty, right?
You're not speaking from understanding, of course,
So
right?
you know that they go to different dimensions
That's
and they
and
got they
that is
got.
a cartoon show certified. I've already told you that dimensions exist. I already said that. I admitted that, right? But let's just wrap this up because I'm done. I'm
Yeah,
done.
yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm tap in, which I'm about to DM you or whatever.
For sure.
Uh,
I messaged you on
Y'all
Instagram.
acting like we can't have a conversation. Like, why are y'all just
No,
acting
no,
like,
no, no. See,
y'all
okay,
just have to shut it down, shut it down, shut it down? Like
stop,
you
stop.
you have the basis of everything. Like you just know.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that was
that shit crazy, bro.
man. Like, you
We was trying to build, bro.
come on, now. Come on now. Like, my, I see what. Hey, I see what you mean about grounding and practicality,
Yes, bro. Yes.
right?
Because
Like
if you don't, bruh.
and so I had to do that, Sonny, because you were coming from ego and you don't realize it. You were coming from ego. You were not here to learn. Everybody, the people that came on this live and they were not here to learn or share factual information, they had to leave too. They had to leave too. This was not an emotional conversation.
Word, bro. I'm about to tap in with you though. Let me know when you're doing another live. We could definitely build though, but I'm about to tap in with you behind the scenes
I
or
for
whatever.
sure. Stopping by, bro.
Word. All right. Peace.
All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody for stopping by. Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank y'all for the likes. 23,000 likes. Ashe, ashe, ashe. I hope everyone has a. I hope y'all enjoyed the live first and foremost. All 25 y'all that are still here. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up on that one. I don't know when I'm gonna go live again. If not tomorrow, the day after. Definitely stay tuned, subscribe, make sure y'all follow the YouTube channel. But we're gonna definitely on these lives try to come with factual information, things that we can actually support with either evidence, with philosophically sound principles, at least things that we understand are already true, things that have already happened, that have been proven to exist. Like I said, I would love to be able to turn into a light being, dragon form, but until I have the knowledge on how to do so, right? I'm not gonna tell you that is reality. It's reality when you can make it reality. Being a god, being a goddess is what you're creating in this life. Is what you're manifesting. It's not what's just happening in your mind. It's not just theories. It's not just ideas. It's not just imagination. We have to be able to show up and show others. First of all, show ourselves, right? And once you show yourself, then you could be able to show others what is it that you understand about this material universe. What is it that you understand about this material world? And to be able to do that, one has to learn. You got to be willing to learn. And it's not. I'm telling you, Sonny. I think you're just operating. I mean, I get it. You were feeling. You were feeling. You're feeling insecure about what we said, but you got to be. You got to know whose presence you're in. We're gonna only talk about information and things that we can prove. You see what I'm saying? We can talk about things that are more so based in reality. All right. That is it. Look up what an egregore is. Look up the difference between, if you want books, Metal Netter Volume 1, Ancient Future by Wayne B. Chandler. Read African Holistic Health. Start reading what your ancestors were doing. But let's not. We're getting past what Caucasian people have instilled into our people. We're going past that. Okay. At the end of the day, we got to be honest with ourselves. This is more so about the truth. This is not about ideas and religions that were superimposed onto our people, forced onto our people. You see what I'm saying? So that is it. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. Thank you all for stopping by. Peace and love. Peace to the gods and goddesses. Peace, love, light, and darkness, chaos. Ashe, ashe. Peace, y'all.